Hello everybody and welcome back to the NECC. This is the B stream and I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza. Hazza, we're back here once again on a Monday night.
Of course, always Monday nights mean Valorant here on NECC, and it's yet another week in the fall season where we get to look at some of these teams go against one another, this time on the B stream. First time that we've been on here this time around, but always a pleasure.
Oh, 100%, mate. I mean, the amount of Valorant that we get to cast, it's such a pleasure to be here all the time, every week. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I think we do have rosters to go through, but Hazza, who are we going to be casting today?
One of the first teams that we're going to be casting of the two that we have is an NJCU team. So we've seen them a few times around now. This is Gothic Knights A in the Challenger League. We've got Justin, Swahili, Yonbon, Sasha, and Indefex. So these are the 5 players making up that roster. It's a university which we've seen come up time and time again in this competition. They have multiple rosters throughout the different divisions, and we'll have to see how well they can perform this week.
Exactly. Moving through on towards our next roster here, we have ESU Warriors A. So seems as if we are going to get a battle of the A teams here. Has a Dark, Johnny Cap, Slick, Rafi Pafi, and Cause Mizu. I recognise the name Rafi Pathi.
Do you know? I mean, don't know why. I think it sits very well with your accent, so that's potentially something to take away from it. But yeah, I think in Challenger League, in comparison to Champions, it can be a little bit more difficult to pin down some of these names, because in Champions, for the most part, those names will be cropping up season upon season because it is the top division, and you know, the cream floats to the top, as many people will say. So in terms of these lower divisions, teams will be trying to climb their way up and make it towards the top. So there are always a couple of rising stars, but we'll have to see if any of these will end up sticking out to us by the end of the series.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we do have the map pans ready already. Has it this? I mean, we're being treated tonight with how fast these are coming up. We're straight into the map, Vito, and we've got some pleasantries here.
Yeah, we do, and something which will act as a major surprise if you've just gone out of a month-long coma or whatever, and you weren't unable to see the beginning of this season. You've come from the last season of NS or NACC. You're going to be really surprised seeing Icebox and Ascent instantly banned out. Fracture and Breeze, the choices that we have. Bind always ending up as the decider, it seems, but very interesting that 2 of the maps with the highest pick rate last split have already dropped out so early.
Exactly, and on top of that, Hazza, one thing that I've been noticing is Breeze is starting to get a really high pick rate in the streamed games that we've been seeing.
Yeah, it has. I think a lot of teams are happy to have Breeze as their pocket pick. Like we mentioned before, Icebox and Ascent are usually those go-to choices, but by buffing out the map bans and the depth that these teams are able to tap into a little bit more is really nice to see. I think we've actually had quite a few Fracture games, so perhaps this is the way that things are starting to head with changes to the pool. Obviously, Split not being around anymore and Pearl now making its introduction, but yet being banned out for another week.
Exactly. I don't think we've actually seen a Pearl game from what me and you have casted, but Fracture, let's start off there. That's the first map we're going to see, and it can be quite a demanding one.
Yeah, it can. I mean, in terms of agent selections here as well on Fracture, it's interesting to note because in tournaments recently, we've actually seen the Chamber pick rate drop off quite a lot in anticipation for a nerf, which should be coming up. I think Chamber is still incredibly strong. One of the main reasons he still finds merit as a team agent is because of the trademark. Otherwise, when you look at what he actually has to offer individually, that is pretty much all he has going for him. In terms of other agents that you could put into this composition, we will have to see as we're going into agent select, and we can get a better idea of what both of these teams want to try and work with.
Yeah, sometimes we do see that Brimstone come out already. We will actually see that, the double initiator. I mean, already looking at the defender side here, has a lot makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the defenders' side, we have a pretty traditional setup. They've gone for the Brimstone instead of the Viper. And in terms of duelists as well, the choice will then for Slick be a Raze, because it means that you're not trying to play through the same way that you would a Neon, in that you don't necessarily require the same kind of setup. We see teams when they play a Neon, they bring in an Astra as their controller instead a lot of the time, combined with the Breach and a secondary initiator. But for NJCU, they're actually just going with the Fade and Breach, not bringing in the Astra as well, and solely relying on this Viper. Chamber on both sides, like I mentioned, still a strong agent for the time being. It's just a question of how long it's going to be before we see a couple more of those changes to this agent, which will make them null and void. But for now, I think still a very staple pick, especially on this map.
Yeah, we are going to get that countdown. Imagine NJCU just haven't locked in, and this is exactly the comp that we will be getting, has it? So, all in all, there's probably not much to kind of discuss about what?
Oh no, I was just about to say, one thing that I think we could note here about this next map, Cairo, especially looking at the quick flyby of Fracture, is that this is now actually outdated. There have been changes to the map since.
Yes.
How do you think that could affect the one this way plays out?
I completely forgot about that. We've not actually been able to cast since the new changes, so it gets even more exciting for us. No, I think it will be a lot more interesting. I think the drop on towards A will be a lot more impactful, rather than being kind of stuck up there. I think it will be easier to actually impact the site from that position. On top of that, I'm wondering how. Well, I imagine we used to what was called ropes will now be called rafters. I wonder how that will impact the full site. Obviously, you will be higher up, so the Viper might not be as impactful as we have seen previous, but at the same time, you're also elevated in a position where you're much easier to get picked up.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it affects those win percentages for both defenders and attackers.
Yes.
I think in many ways it will help the attackers have a little bit more breathing room as they break in towards the site. But then also looking at the retake from defenders, it can then consequentially have impact there as well. I think it's so easy to just gloss over these changes because they have literally happened within the week that we have been casting. That's one of the things about regular casting with gigs like this, is that you're not always so tuned into things like that. But tuning straight into the pistol round here, we're seeing NJCU set up for a B split. ESU Warriors already getting proactive towards A. They know all about this push.
Yeah, exactly, and they will find out that chamber rendezvous, which means Greedy Vicus is going to be isolated here. Justin on the other side, though, does take out Cosmozu, and there goes Dark. So NJCU are coming up massive here. Unfortunately, Rafi Paffy going to answer back, and this really is becoming a situation where it's becoming a bloodbath, Hazard.
Yeah, and NJCU, they're completely restricted in terms of the control they have right now. These two players will have to fight their way from tower. Swahili's already got the first of those kills, bringing it down to a 2 versus 2. Fault line stunned nicely from Johnny Cap onto Yonbon, and now the player advantage sits with the defenders once more. They convert from it, and their defuse will be coming through to secure them the pistol round.
Yeah, exactly. ESU doing great work there, all in all. And unfortunately, the ESU came down on B, so still not going to be able to see those changes just yet. All 4 ultimate orbs are available for people to pick up. That's one thing that we didn't really talk about. The interesting thing about Fracture, because everyone goes straight for talking about the big zip line underneath the map, when realistically, I think the big thing is those 4 ultimate orbs.
Yeah, and in terms of how the map plays, I think it is one of the biggest trends that we see with Fracture, how teams can generate those ultimate points a lot quicker, and for the most part, it's usually more beneficial to the attackers than it is the defenders, which is why I think people were early to jump on the idea that Fracture would be an attacker-sided map, but we're already seeing a cause for it being defender-sided. I mean, that point then goes against me as Slick gets taken out in main, but ESU had levied themselves quite a bit of control elsewhere. Going into the retake, however, they will be a player down.
Damn.
Yeah, down. I was supposed to say player disadvantage, player down. Look, you're just taking the mickey.
Yeah, well, I like to take the mickey, but at this moment in time, ESU are taking the mickey. They've just walked straight into the site. They're taking these players apart. Realistically, not much to get excited about. Anti-eco, the players do well to shut down any pistol hope, I guess. So, yeah, that's that.
Yeah, look, maybe being on the NECC broadcast made the inner American come out, and I sort of somehow managed to spawn myself an accent. I will give everyone who's watching the stream the liberty of not being subjected to my voice in such conditions, so that won't be happening. Maybe if we get a third map and something crazy happens, then I'll pull it out, but no, we save that one for special occasions. Maybe Halloween, it'll give people a fright.
Oh, you give me a fright every time I see you, mate. No, that's terrible. That's joking. You don't.
You don't.
Yeah, I apologise for that. And I think Swahili should apologise to Dark, because that's them absolutely slammed out, peeked out, and taken and collected.
Yeah, and this is as well going to be NJCU's buy rounds, ESU on a bonus of sorts here. So ultimately, it's a round which we do expect the attacking side to be able to pick up.
Yes.
They've managed to punish that overextension, which we've seen a couple of times outside of A towards Dish now. And with 2 players to the good, they should cleanly be able to sweep up this round as Greedy Vicus gets yet another one. It's down to a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, nice relay bolt in towards the site. Well, go straight in. Johnny Cap holding here. See if they will be able to deny delay. But I think one thing that you should always talk about the rifle round is not how or if the attackers win it, or the people on the better buy, it's the manner in which they win it, how many rifles they get away with. And NJCU will get away with all 5 here, Hazza.
Yeah, and the main thing to take away from that is that ESU haven't caused them any problems. There was no adaptation in terms of the game plan and what they were trying to achieve. Maybe potentially we could have seen a stack on either side of the map and then keeping some kind of a player advantage coming into the retake if things went elsewhere. But no, not troubling NJCU whatsoever. They keep 5 rifles. They start to build up some credits. ESU need a response here, or they could be facing up against not only a level scoreline, but a team which feels the momentum underneath their feet.
Yeah, we did actually, or we do have a null command and a rolling thunder. 2 a very powerful combination, or 2 very powerful ultimates that can be combined, but it's on opposite ends. They've cleared the A site out completely as these 2 players on drop are distracted. It seems as if they are going to get a big engagement, but it is going to even out here, Hazza.
Yeah, Slick able to find a double outside of Dish, which is very big work from that player. Now means that we're down to a 3 versus 3. They've leveled the field for the time being. Up close in the corner will be Swahili. Needs to get cleared out as those players are moving along the new rafters position, but the bullets don't connect. Cosmizo gets away with murder, and now the defenders have a chance to push in towards the site. Sasha from the corner, able to find the first, peeked onto the second. A nice adjustment, looking for the third, and they will get it. A huge clutch for NJCU as they begin to steam ahead.
They certainly are steaming ahead, and we have another one of those ultimates. As one goes offline, another one will come up. Sasha now has the Viper's Pit, but on the other side we have a nice little combination that could potentially come online, Hazza, with that well, I was going to say the Orbital Strike and the Null Command.
Yeah, we have some ultimates now to work with on both sides. I don't think we'll see ESU go for anything in this round. I mean, like you mentioned, they're close to getting even a few more online. For NJCU, they want to try and keep things clean. I don't think a Viper's Pit would be necessary for them here, but once more, it's just going to be that B split that we've seen them do with so much success. Nice fault line will narrowly avoid the position of Raffy Paffy, but they're pinned down, and just like that, it's only Slick left.
And it is, again, something that we have talked about and discussed on cast. It is the pistol round syndrome that really has got ESU Warriors in a hold, in a rut almost. Paint shells, unfortunately, not hitting the mark. Slick will get taken out completely, and it will go towards Greedy Vicus, who now has another ultimate online.
Yeah. And we see Justin 1 away from the overdrive here as well. So even if this round collapses from NJCU, they have enough credits. And not only that, they have ultimates like the Neon ult to change the pace up a little bit, go for a faster execute if necessary. But I mean, even saying that, I think both times that we've seen them go for a B split, players on the side of ESU have challenged and fallen almost immediately, giving them so much space to burst into and making that retake almost impossible.
It seems as if it's just every single time for NJCU, pretty much direct. A split on either side, yes, but All in all, it's nothing too complicated. And they're just winning out on pure gun duels alone, which, I mean, you have to commend.
Yeah, and you have to think back about that clutch from Sasha as well and how much weight that's potentially had in swinging things towards NJCU. Coming into the next round, they have plenty more confidence, reinvigorated, now taking the lead. ESU with an opportunity here to slow down some of that momentum, but at the exact same time, they're just always so overzealous, trying to peak absolutely every angle, but somehow winning it out.
Yeah, ESU now with the advantage. There is still 2 ultimates that could potentially bring it back. We are going to see those ultimates come online. The breach utility working out against the chamber, but no, they can't get it. As the ultimate's invested, it's shut down, and only 1 player's left. It's all up to Justin, and well, Justin, you're all down back towards spawn.
Yep, Justin didn't arrive in time, unfortunately. Sasha goes for the Viper's Pit there without clearing the site, so it was a very last final gambit play from NJCU to create any space for themselves in a site which was still firmly under the grasps of ESU. I think that's something immediately that I'm noticing about this defender's side. They're incredibly proactive in trying to find space on all areas of the map. We saw a late clear from Rafi Pafi and Cosmisu towards Arcade to look for some extra control, and they were able to find it, which really helped them out. It's going to just be about punishing these players on the side of NJCU. This time around, ESU actually not taking that opening duel, instead just playing a little bit slower.
As they slowly creep up towards site, again, it's that direct push that we're seeing from NJCU with 3 players coming from main and 2 players coming from drop. It's that simple split. We are going to get the Nightfall invested, but on the other side, we do get the null command. The players are starting to completely shut down. We do get a trade though, and that will be the KO dropped on towards their hands and knees. The thing is though, Hazza, the players that are outside of site, they can't get in.
Yeah, and I think Rafi Pafi will just be left to die here in no man's land. Sasha doubles up and finds one onto Dark as well, and now we're back to an even standing. Yonbon, the only player coming in from Dish, using the Haunt to reveal some information as the toxic screen goes up, just to keep these players distracted so that their comrades can make their way towards the site. Low HP on the NJCU side, and Slick gets yet another one, still on for the ace in this round.
Oh, certainly is. That's a 4K, nice showstopper, and a little bit of techers there, Hazza. The player stuck up on default, and as Sasha swings, we are going to see the Brim pick up that player, and we will get another ultimate orb. Surely you stick that towards the race.
Yeah, perhaps, I think so, considering the fact that Orbital Strike is already online. So, simple stuff, but, you know, all the while, good in-game management from ESU. Looking at NJCU there as well, Sasha coming up big with another multi-kill. Very, very impressive performance from her so far in this game, but I don't think NJCU can rely on these individual plays the same way that ESU can't. We said it a couple of times that they'll need to punish any kind of overextensions that we see, but I think on the previous, it was more of a fact that NJCU weren't cohesive enough in themselves because Slick was able to gun them down one by one. I don't think there was anyone on the ESU side to actually trade for them, so it is just coming down to the gunfights at this point in time rather than any creative utility usage of sorts.
Oh, here we go, Hazza. Here we go, it's the sniper duel, and it will be Greedy Vikings to win this out. We are going to see the overdrive come through. Justin trying to storm, well, against some things that were just holding them back. Swahili, though, they're going to be held back in spawn as they got, oh, Rafi Pafi comes online, and now we're into a 2 versus 1. But can Greedy Vikings escape? They can, with only 29 HP.
Yeah, but when you're on low HP, the best weapon to pair it up with is going to be some form of sniper. The ultimate tour de force in the hands of Greedy Vikings in this situation. You're speaking of names that we recognised from games gone by. Well, actually, Greedy Vikings is one of them.
Yeah.
Confident player in this circuit. We've seen them come up with some decent plays before, but this will have to be some of their best to clutch it out in the 2 versus 1.
Spike's still down as well, Hazza, so it's going to be really tough looking for an opportune moment, and it doesn't come. Just unfortunately walks straight into the hands of Johnny Cap, and he calls Cap on Greedy Vikings' clutch.
Certainly does. No chance of getting things done, and we're actually going to see a timeout come through from NJCU now because they found those 3 rounds off the back of the pistol and anti-eco which ESU were able to put up. But like you mentioned, it's that early stage syndrome where you find the pistol round, you're able to get that bit of success but can't really create anything more from it once the bonus round goes against you. Naturally, that gap in terms of weapons can set things up nicely for a snowball the opposite way. But ESU now have adjusted a little bit better. Their defense in these rounds has been incredibly strong because they're just playing through the chokes. They're not pushing the north side of the map as they had been, or the south side for that factor. And also, they're using the breach in a really effective way, which is just rotating through the spawn connector area and deploying them wherever is necessary.
And see, it's one of those situations where the adaptation's working out, but then once you see a team adapt, what's your team's adaptation? What are you going to do differently? Because all I've been seeing from NJCU is just kind of using a blunt force technique. Let's try and see how much pressure we can exert on site. Maybe there's been a couple of utility placements differently, but all in all, it's been the same 3 players on main, 2 players on the other side of the map, and trying to put, like, kind of squeeze in and crunch these players on site.
Yeah, and I think something else as well about these teams is that both of them are currently 0-3 in the standings. So it's just going to be about understanding when you're from a losing position and try to create some success for yourself. One of these 2 teams will come out of the series by the end of this evening having that victory under their belt. So it's just about having that mental fortitude about yourself and being able to make those correct decisions, adjustments, and not letting things get away from you.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to see this get away to a situation when it's no longer, I guess, recoverable for the side of NJCU Knights. And I think they're a good enough team, especially when you recognise players. Obviously, they've stuck in our minds for reasons, for good plays, etc. So it's just waiting to see that. And already we are seeing Greedy Vikings do those great plays. I just worry, though, with all the ultimates that, well, ESU have.
Yeah, it was a really nice relay bolt there to stun out the tour de force, forcing those ESU Warrior players to move elsewhere. Viper's Pit to consolidate control within the site. The spike not yet planted, but out in a more open position from Sasha will make things difficult. A nice jump up from Johnny, that being one of the differences in this fracture map now. The movement's so much easier to contest, but either way, NJCU find the bulk of the kills, and it leaves them with an advantage, not only in terms of players, but space that they now have in the site. Slick trying to contest, but will do so in vain.
A nice response. Good response there from NJCU. On top of that, now there's only orbital strike there on the side of ESU. So good stuff. And I mean, NJCU, they've got their own ultimates coming online now.
Yeah, looking at this round, I think it's going to be cut incredibly close. ESU at a slight disadvantage because they're not able to fully buy up, but by the same stroke, Dark has managed to buy himself up into an operator, so could cause some serious issues here, especially the fact that there's players lining up outside of Dish as this initial peak looks to come through. Rendezvous ready to go, just holding the angle, and will find it on towards Greedy Vikas, so that we're going to see it already, that advantage being made, but the Rolling Thunder's coming straight through. These players not wasting any time to collect control of the site.
Yeah, Duck becoming a serious issue. TP straight on towards that kind of CT position. The orbital strike coming through, but Yonbon, the response, they see the KO. They don't recognise the second player. Oh, Slick somehow gets a golden opportunity, and it's opened up for ESU. The hold on main is going to be distracted by this player coming through from spawn, the attacker spawn. Can they get in towards the player holding in the cubby position in this corner? They will take out Slick. The breach swings, but isn't good enough to pick this up. It's all up to Dark, and they may just pick to hold and take away this operator, but they're being stunned out.
And there's a crossfire established. Dark can win one, but can't win both. Even the first duel won't go their way as Sasha is able to claim yet another kill. A fantastic performance from her so far. Greedy Vikas also coming alive in the round there. Good work from Swahili too in main. I think if Slick is able to find that kill, then suddenly ESU find themselves in a fantastic position to retake the site, and it is then a 3 versus 1 situation effectively, but leveling out the score and then maintaining that crossfire makes things so much easier for them. ESU a little bit disjointed in the retake, the orbital strike not quite flushing the corner of A, so there were gaps which NJCU could survive in, and another fast A take seems to be the call here, as Justin once more will lead the charge.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little set play that we are seeing from ESU to try and gain some space and catch players off guard, deathballing. And with this spike being planted, it seems as if the realisation or the plan of action is to play more towards main, has a maybe for that operator.
Yeah, you've got a nice long sightline to try and work with, but it's already been cut down by the sky smoke. Won't matter. Swahili's found themselves a double. Now ESU trying to challenge with pistols in hand are going to really struggle to break through here. The toxic screen cutting out so many of these angles. Like I said before, crossfire's established. Dark maybe trying to catch one of these stragglers. Swahili on low HP, still ducking and weaving, able to make their way out of harm's trouble. And it's just Slick, 1 versus 5. Greedy Vicus from the sidelines to clean up, but it is Swahili instead that will make it a 4-piece on the round and a 6th advantage towards NJCU.
A 6th, yeah, towards NJCU, which is now put them at least even on the next half, which is good stuff. And they still have things to build upon here. For the side of ESU Warriors, again, they have things in their own pocket which could really impact around. So this last one, we could be seeing 5 or 6 ultimates, which realistically could stop the other team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to note whether NJCU want to bring one of those online preemptively, see if they can get some control, use the ultimate horse, but it's not going to happen. As soon as Rafi tries to bring online that null command, Justin will punish. Fast control being taken towards A main every single round now by NJCU. It's worked out for them time and time again in this patch that they've been able to pick up, and Swahili once again brought online with another kill. An instant response from ESU, however, will level things out for the time being.
Spike taken elsewhere. No more ultimates for this round at least. I think they're just out of earshot, but look at the read from ESU. They must have had information. They must have heard something as they start to go towards this position. The players that are in towards Canteen Hazard will hear this, will see the Viper wall going down, and are already moving through.
The trademark will confirm any suspicions. The toxic screen hadn't yet been committed, so ESU weren't sold that it was going to be an A execute, and they've guessed correctly because all 3 players are now made their way over towards B. Spike being planted, but look at NJCU in the site. They've got absolutely no control. Backed up into the corner and trying to fight their way out of this difficult situation. So much utility will flush out Sasha, leaving it to just Swahili. Has the Rolling Thunder to commit, and won't be afraid to use it because this is the final round of the half, just waiting for the tap before they look to collect Slick inside it. Aftershock in the corner should confirm the kill as well. This will be just enough damage to knock them off their feet. Flashpoint to maybe contest, but still stays backed up. Cosmizu goes for the tap, but then peeks into the swing, just about wins it out. And with time to spare, this first half will be level.
I cannot believe, Hazza, that ESU were able to win that out. We're even on the score count. We're even on the round count. And, I mean, realistically, ESU were in a very, very difficult situation there. We saw, like, the breach, Swahili played that so well. But unfortunately, after that swing, I thought the flashpoint would have been good, as we saw just before the breach swings out. They faced the flashpoint and they still had that visual effect round about the head.
Yeah, I guess it's always a cruel mistress, right? You never know what is going on or how blind the other player actually is. There have been a couple of updates in recent patches to try and make it a little bit more visible, but ultimately you got to win out the duel. Swahili unable to do it, still sitting aloft this scoreboard for the time being. NJCU leveling things out for the half, and with how much momentum both of these teams have had in patches, I can't help but feel we may be going the distance in this series.
It certainly does feel like it. Dark. Oh my goodness gracious me. It will get somewhat recovered as Swahili gets a one onto the opposite number, or gets one onto that chamber. but that spike's already going down, Hazard. And look at the control. You said it in the last round. This round, totally different.
Yeah, we saw ESU take a lot of control towards Arcade and then slowly move in towards the site with those double kill with the double kill made on the flank from Dark. Makes things a lot easier, and they have a player advantage to work with here. They also have a lot of control towards the north side. The Toxic Stream will look to cut off some of these angles, but NJCU don't have too much time to work with. This 0 point will spot at least one player, which now notes to them that they are isolated from this position. Still though, those players will continue to move on from main.
Yeah, exactly. Sasha now tries to get in. Oh no, it's down to a 1 versus 1 in the time. Played to perfection. It's only going to be exit frags here. And yeah, there we are. Confirmed the spike will detonate and it will be 7-6.
Yeah, ESU get their advantage off the pistol round, so they're able to sandwich the half and create something to work off here. It's going to be most likely another patch of 3 rounds after the pistol. It's been 3, 3, 3, and potentially another 3 here. It's something that I was saying earlier. Neither of these teams seem to be in a position where they're able to keep a streak going for too long before a change is made with their opposition to do something to dismantle what has found them that kind of success. So really, really nice plays from both teams, equally up to the plate for the time being, and it makes you wonder why both of them are yet to register a win so far in the season.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no. It might be things like that, leaving opportunities for players to punish. And I mean, look at Cosmuzu, going to try and get that spike down. Justin now engaging on towards the chamber and will win it out. Somehow this is going to end up in an advantage towards the team with lesser weaponry.
We'll have to see what ESU can pull out of the bag. It's almost as if I cursed it. As soon as you highlight a trend, it must be bucked. And already Justin goes flying in. Johnny able to find the first and the second. Eventually, things seem to come their way. Balance is restored. Order being cut down by Johnny, the sheriff in these parts, who gets a triple for himself and makes it an 8 for ESU.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a very costly one though, Hazard. Yeah, it has to be said. In terms of investment, realistically, it will be Sheriff's Light Shields Classics, pots and pans as we like to call it, and that's where you start to get worried.
Yeah, and more than anything, that then delves into the idea that I was speaking about before. Maybe it's more of an observation in terms of the way that the economy works in this game and how teams haven't really been able to bank up a real secure amount of credits, I think it's fair to say here. NJCU have a significant advantage to work with. The real question will then be, into the next round, if we do see them continue to plow forwards, or if that kind of resistance can be felt with this early conditioning that the attackers have tried to build up. An initial kill from Greedy Vicus will set them off nicely, however. Oh
no. They just walked straight into it. It's that... Oh, I was about to say, it's just that continuation. Swahili does get danked, but will take out the Brim. Dark now underneath, trying to see if they can find anything, and they're going to have a massive effort here, Hazard.
Yeah, 4 of those rifles going to be kept for NJCU as it stands. Dark will need to take a few of them away and's already got one. Justin within body shot range, so this is going to be a second. The head taken off instead. A flush kill from them. Toxic Screen now deployed late in the round. A nice save there from Sasha to make it more difficult for Dark to challenge. But he's already slipped through the curtain, getting ready to line up these next couple of players. Greedy Vicus on the close angle, both of them facing together. The first one found, but not the second. A triple. Either way, big damage for ESU to take from that.
I mean, I'm going to be honest here, mate. It's one of those situations, again, where me and you talk about the manner in which a round was won. That was not what they wanted. That is not NJCU going to feel confident after that round because they've let ESU into this. I mean, realistically, the lesser weaponry can win out, but I mean, that's a lot of shields to be forfeiting.
Yeah, that is the main thing that they're forfeiting as a result, right? Shields. And they have also now given Dark the opportunity to move towards a tour de force. Still has credits to use in the next few rounds. Greedy Vicus will be dodging that 0 point, which looks to clear out close. And as Execute comes in, the rendezvous is forced. The hand taken away from them. And that's going to be sight control into the palms of ESU to try and work with. They have an Incendiary, an Orbital Strike to fall back on with main control firmly in their grips. This is going to be difficult to retake incredibly if there's a chance that Cosmito actually moves off of the site, but they seem to be standing firm for the time being.
Yeah, Raffy Paffy essentially like a turret here, checking angles, making sure to maybe hold some in case people come through. And this is the problem with drop. It's so hard now to, I guess, fully swing in towards the site and get an angle. My goodness gracious me, that's a lovely double kill just off screen. We heard it right off, and here comes more heads. Ducks on for the ace, they just miss out, but it doesn't matter. Raffy Paffy will help out. And now we're in a 9-7 with a 2-round advantage towards ESU.
The trend is finally broken, and it's ESU which draw first blood in that regard. They found themselves a clear-cut advantage on this side of the half. NJCU now reduced to pistols. Ultimates available for them. Justin may look to create some pressure with the overdrive, but even then, it's a tangent away from the main story, which is Dark having so much success in this game. That tour de force was gifted off the back of their own good work in the previous, and now they'll face up against a full buy. I'm so confused, however, as to why ESU weren't looking to play for that ultimate from main. A win condition maybe to rely on, and something that NJCU could have punished. I say that, they've just invested it straight away and Yombon's hit the deck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hazza, you answer questions. You got the answers. Maybe not the one you were looking for, but I'll tell you something right now. It's certainly not the answer NJCU were looking for. They didn't want to know that answer, and now they've felt the pain of it. There is 2 ultimates of their own to use. I doubt they're going to use it. This would be a wasteful opportunity unless they somehow, again, miraculously come up with 3 kills and bring it even. I don't see that happening as the bullets just slowly fire off. They're getting ready to peak. Find out, clear the corners. They're going to walk by the Keto and Raffy Paffy and Cosmuzu. Well, that's a horrible name for me to pronounce. We'll win that out.
Yeah, I mean, in any chance of them finding success would entirely hinge on finding a kill in that situation, right? You know, some kind of ledge from which to scale at a very slippery slope, and we're not going to see it happen. Timeout comes through. NJCU now with a better opportunity at leveling up in towards this game. They lead the way in terms of ultimate economy as well as the weapons that they'll now be able to invest. We see Greedy Vicus moving over in towards an operator, something which could find them a lot of success here from the defender's side, but so far struggling just a little bit at getting those initial kills.
Yeah, they are struggling to get the initial kills. And I mean, I think like they are slowly feeling the kind of loss of momentum from the other side, because ESU have just snowballed their way all the way through here. I mean, I was kind of worried because, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, sometimes simple stuff, doing it simple works out, but when it comes to the strategy department, NJCU were keeping it simple, they were keeping it basic, and we didn't see much adaptation on their attacking half, sorry.
Yeah, in terms of the way that they attacked it, it was very simple, right? Like you said, we saw a lot of times just split pushes, which worked out fair enough, but when NJCU looked to make changes for their defense, there was no response. You need to have that depth in the playbook. How deep does it run? There's questions that you're going to be asking here. And in terms of answers, it seems that Greedy Vicus on this operator could be a respite for them right now, as they've already found the opening kill. Rendezvous not yet committed, but the 0 point may force them to retreat. Actually, it's left them out on an island. That's going to be a really frustrating flash drive, but Sasha in support is able to trade. However, that sand control completely lost.
Main control completely lost, Hazza. As Greedy Vicus takes this position back.
Yeah, they have main control the defenders, but
yeah, sorry, I meant the attackers.
It's the flank that comes through, and it's so annoying the timing on the door closing, because it means that there's no refrag for Greedy Vicus on towards Dark. They'll hear the sound cue and look to turn away towards it once again, but finally these players are funneled in towards the site. The shot not connecting. Now a 2 versus 2 and a golden opportunity here for them to find something.
Yeah, exactly. And now when we look at this, Johnny Cap just hiding away, 70 HP. and that will be the punishment. Justin with a triple. And with that being said, NJCU, after that timeout, will finally find the second round of this half.
Yeah, and they start to close that gap. They stop the rot. The operator kept, but for the most part, they're not going to be having too many weapons here to bring into the next. I wouldn't be surprised if Justin drops for a teammate and tries to play for their overdrive, their ultimate here in the round. I mean, Greedy Vicus as well could potentially do so, but instead it looks like we're going to see a bit of a mixed investment and then perhaps an opportunity for them to sit back on them in the next round if that is then forced on towards an eco. ESU looking that bit more healthy as they've won the majority of the rounds here so far, 80% of them on the attacking side.
Again, it's that prioritisation of the ultimate points. I think we are going to see Dark move all the way underneath and maybe look towards the other. There is a player watching from tower, but look at Justin Hazza. Look at the way they've moved up. Slick has taken Swahili and caught. What a nice response there to that flank. They've taken him out and only 3 players remain. They're moving away. Rafi Pafi taking Sasha out is going to be absolutely massive for them. They don't even need the ultimate orbs anymore, Hazza, because they have so much in pocket to use.
The trademark is a buzzkill for Dark. Just going to break it to keep NJCU pinned towards the spawn position, constantly anxious that this flank will come through. But it's never going to come to light, and it's actually just going to force the save call. It looks like NJCU will be retreating the whole way up with this operator, looking to try and save it. I think in many ways they'll be happy that this flank isn't actually coming through, because with it being Dark, there's plenty of problems that could have been caused. We saw that aggression come through on the south side of the map, Cairo, and I understand the want to try and create some control there, but I think a lot of the time, finding success from that kind of a flank will also require you to have presence in other areas of the map. This is why a lot of the time we see on the defensive side that they like to make a pinch happen towards the north side rather than the south side, because A main is a lot more difficult to contest in comparison to the other 2 choke points. So yeah, a little bit of a question mark in terms of what the idea was there, as it doesn't pan out for them, and we are probably going to be seeing an even more mixed investment from them here, yet again on a bad eco cycle and constantly backpedaling as ESU pick up rounds.
ESU are just continuing forward, and this is it. I mean, with all these ultimates online, I mean, I'm asking myself, when do they get invested? When do they even get an opportunity to invest? Hemorrhaging these first picks is just allowing ESU to continue forward. And I mean, again, as you said, making NJCU on this defense second guess. A Viper's Pit invested towards A, they will at least have a little space, but not a lot towards that A main position.
Not until Greedy Vicus stamps down their foot and is able to find the kill. Fault line traded with the Rolling Thunder, but one is certainly bigger than the other, and it has given the space necessary to push through this choke initially. Greedy Vicus trying to hold the cross, but the Sky Smokes will deny. We're going into the post-plant.
We certainly are. Swahili gets taken out by Rafi Pafi, and we are going to see this situation where it is 4 versus 3. The noise for Dark completely taken away. The audio noise, although NJCU, they don't need noise, they just need bodies, and those bodies are hitting the floor. Dark now needs to respond as the audio comes back, although here is those final bullets for this round, Hazza, and that's a lot of ultimates invested.
Oh, and that's a nice clutch play in the end from Justin. Has the high gear, so is able to go a little bit faster and pick themselves up a Vandal. An upgrade to carry through into the next round. It was the ultimate, of course, which they had invested, only playing on a Bucky otherwise. And NJCU, I don't want to say that they're lucky in that situation, but the fact that they pick up the round is pivotal to their survival in this game, because otherwise you would have seen them on another low buy. Even in this situation, they are barely able to scrape together the necessary credits to make this happen. Will still be able to have absolutely everything they need, but it's by incredibly fine margins. And well, once again, it seems as if we're going to be seeing this aggression come through from them. Justin heading the charge, but quite happy to just post up in this corner on Arcade.
Yeah, and in terms of this situation here, Greedy Vicus isn't going to be met with anything in terms of flashes. The only thing they're going to get met is bodies. Dark will take Sasha, so the controller is gone, Hazard, but you can't help but feel with both controls on either side gone, this is just going to turn into a bloodbath.
Yeah, it certainly opens the fight up and, well, plays into the hands of Greedy Vicus on this operator, already taking 1 kill, but yet again, it's a similar situation. Sasha drops from Sand, and it forces them to control this all by themselves, but it is an errand which Greedy Vicus is only so happy to pick up. Pull the trigger, go on, fire it through the door as it looks to open up. Dark is there, and the trade could have happened, but it won't. 3 versus 2, an advantage to work with, ultimates to sit with as well. Johnny completely out in the open and met with utility from this position, but they fight back against it either way. Won't be enough, and NJCU bring us within 1.
They do bring it within 1. They've finally fought back here, and when you look towards NJCU's buy, Hazard isn't looking great. They will have good. Sorry, NJCU. What am I talking about? I was going to talk about ESU's buy because they're the one that lost out. Now they've still got plenty in pocket, and there's no point talking about that. But what we all talk about is this timeout that's starting.
Yeah, we do see ESU now go for the timeout, and I think this is completely fair from their perspective because looking at it, NJCU have allowed to be given space to move back in towards this game, and it's not exactly that they've done anything too ridiculous in terms of an adjustment in strategy. It's just that by Greedy Vicus playing on that operator through the position in A main, it's allowed things to be a lot more simple for NJCU because they've had a position of power from which to work. Then we've also seen Justin contest this top side of the map a couple of times, which has then made it more difficult for ESU to have the control that they find necessary. You're going to have to challenge either one of the two, the push on the north side or that extra control in A main on the south side, and it's these decisions which we need to see them provide answers to off the back of this pause.
Yes, whether we can find these answers, whether we can find these situations. I mean, realistically, looking at it, again, we've been seeing the likes of getting these first picks going and almost gifted to the defenders. I mean, dry peeking an operator is not what you want, especially when you've got a fade just sitting in your pocket.
Yeah, well, they don't have a fade. Fade is on the defender's side.
Oh my goodness, because you have the breach.
Yeah, exactly. You have the breach sun to contend this first angle, and we should see the fault line come through. It does. Greedy Vicus now stunned in this position, but there's no capitalization from it. A 0 point as well would shut down the rendezvous, but they're just not engaging with these feedback loops, and it's allowing Greedy Vicus time and time again to find similar success on this operator and claw NJCU back into this game.
Yeah, when you try peek things, you are going to get punished. Greedy Vicus, luckily enough for this breach, cannot find that first shot and will get punished for the re-peek. Johnny Cap now holding on towards the swing out on rafters. Sasha will win that. Slick close by. Will they expect a second? I don't think they will. They'll drop through. They're going to find the bullets to their face. And now as this flank comes through, the players on site will be alerted.
The showstopper doesn't get anything. Rolling Thunder may look to contend a little bit more space back here. It does, but not before Raffy Pappy's able to take a kill, slip behind the fast lane, and allow Slick to do their dirty work. Match point secured, map point secured here for ESU in the first game of this series.
Yeah. And now looking at this, look at the amount of kills between the two teams. They have absolutely been swinging punches here.
And not only that, we also have to consider this is NJCU's pick. So ESU taking this one away puts us into that second map of Breeze, one which, you know, some teams like to play, some don't. Having it as that pocket pick coming through, you really start to wonder how things are going to go. Justin with some nice early aggression. That's a great use of capitalizing off the utility. A much better combination this time around. But it is from the opposite side, I suppose. That's the difference.
Yeah. Raffy Paffy again. It's this. I was about to say, it's this situation where they are dry peeking. The 0 point comes through. This time will find these players. The Rolling Thunder from defender's spawn won't catch anybody. And this Greedy Vicus fires off shots. They will whiff. They won't collect that chamber, and that should have been free.
Yeah, it's an uncharacteristic miss or two from Greedy Vicus. Maybe tempted to go and take Another duel here just outside of the sky smoke, but altogether too risky with so much hanging in the balance right now. They're down a man and they need to try and create this space back for themselves. Another shot. Another warning shot off from Greedy Vicus, but it's not one which is made of anything. Justin does have the response. Sasha needs to clear close. The angle has been changed to make it more favourable, but yet that interaction does not come through. Raffy Paffy on a triple, looking for a quad, gonna get it. 13-10, ESU take their opponent's map pick.
They certainly do. On Breeze as well has such a tricky match to tricky map to kind of navigate, and they navigate it so well.
Yeah, ESU able to break the balance in terms of rounds between them and NJCU. We saw them go back and forth. It was hotly contested. Neither of them quite able to string together too many rounds without having their opponents make a nice adaptation. We saw some good changes there from NJCU on their defender side towards the end, but still not enough to keep them in that game. And as a result, we will move on to Breeze. ESU with a one-map advantage, taking their opponent's pick and setting themselves up for a first potential victory so far of the split.
Yeah, certainly are looking like that. But before we can confirm whether that is the case, Hazard, we will be taking a quick 5-minute break to get set up for our next map of Breeze. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the NECC. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza, and this is Valorant Monday nights, and we're in for, what looks to be a very long series.
Well, it certainly could be, but at the same margin, this may go 2-0 considering the fact that ESU were able to take their opponent's pick, NJCU coming in on Fracture but not quite able to win it out. It was back and forth, both teams giving a great case for themselves in taking that one, but in the end ESU getting the better end of things by, I don't know, being more resolute in those adaptations, making changes where necessary, and NJCU maybe not having the response that was required of them. I think starting out on the attacking side can make things a little bit more difficult. It required them to really bring some kind of an advantage into that second half, because as ESU started to find themselves warmed up, then getting the chance to poke and prod at that defense and manipulate it as they wished, they looked incredibly strong.
They certainly did look incredibly strong. And now moving up towards Breeze, we all see maybe a lot more solo engagements here, a lot more emphasis more towards the kind of mechanical aspect of this match, Hazza.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to be looking at the chamber duel between Dark and Greedy Vicus on this map, because I think opening picks are something which are incredibly important, and with the way that Breeze plays with a lot of early open angles that you're able to take towards mid, both mains on the map having incredibly long sight lines, allows for chamber to create so many problems. Justin and Slick also potentially both moving on to the Jet, as Justin teases us with the Phoenix for the time being. Yeah, Slick going onto the Jet at the very least will also give them an opportunity for a fast pick. So just seeing how these teams want to try and play, if it is to go for that early offensive or not, will be one of the questions that we have to look out for.
Yeah, that is one of the things that we will be looking out for, Hazza. In terms of what's been going on in other aspects, a Phoenix, Hazza, would be an interesting one when it looked towards those flashes, because you do... Oh, wait. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this?
Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen, yeah.
No, well, I was excited. I was
confused for a moment. I thought we'd seen a Euro or something, man. Like, we were getting the Paper X comp that they'd used in the final of Masters or something. Like, when you got the double duelist Euro Neil. I mean, come on, guys. Where's the creativity, man? Where are we seeing the Neon Euro with the Astra? What was it? Astra? I don't know if there was a Breach as well. I think there was definitely a Viper. It's an absolute fever dream, to be honest. I don't know. Like, whoever thought that was a good idea? But I mean, yeah.
I think you're trying to say it's not a good idea.
It's more about the execution, right? I think at this level you're probably not going to see it, and it's the way that you're able to play it out. It relies on a lot of factors coming in to your favor, I think, as well, if you consider it, right? Because when you're on the defender side, you want to be either more aggressive or find a good way to retake the site, and both of those agents being so individualistic in their utility, it can be hard to set things up in a team environment, I think. So that's why we've got these two mirror compositions, which I think also will make this a situation where both teams are very much an even account of one another. It's completely stylistic as to who's going to have the better performance here.
I just hope we don't get to a situation where, like, on Breeze, we're looking at, like, every single time, like, these agents being played, because that's a lot of times we've casted Breeze and a very similar style comp being brought out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point that I was trying to make. Like, on a lot of these maps now, we're seeing incredibly similar agents. KO and Chamber, they always have those same interactions with one another. The Rendezvous 0 point, being able to take away the weaponry, this and that. But doesn't look like anything's going to be stagnating in terms of this round. Immediately, Sasha gets spotted out towards the backside. That'll be their utility strip back. Yonbon gone completely uncleared from the corner, but only able to find one before they drop. The kills are found, and ESU open things up on B.
Yep, the spike now planted, and with 3 players ready to take on 4. It's a mountain to climb, and Mulhaza, you know this. You need to get those mountain climbers on, those mountain boots. But with bullets flying astray like that from Raffy Paffy and finding massive chunks of health, you can't help but feel it won't be happening. Yep, the stall comes through and it's working out. The players taking their time, trying to isolate engagements, but the isolation isn't coming through. It's all doubled up for the side of ESU. And well.
Yeah. And well.
And well.
Well. I mean, ESU able to pick that up, right? 4 players towards the back site. NJCU have lots of space to retake there as well. And we also saw Swahili send in that 0 point towards the pillar, and that confirmed that nobody was playing on spot. So there's always a chance that you can move on through. With how restricted the post plant is as well, you should be maximizing the gap in utility to close down those players and make it incredibly difficult for them to survive without taking heavy hits of damage. I think by losing the Sova player as one of those defenders of the site, however, it made things a lot more difficult to do that. And also, Sasha on the Viper, more utility that they can't work with as those players drop. So it just does come down to those engagements.
Remember, this Marshall is essentially an op for the round as we look towards, I was about to say, the hit shields that have been bought up, but when you're going up against Spectres and you can get close hazard, you can make them feel like phantoms, feel like rifles, and they certainly are cutting down these players on the side of NJCU.
Yeah, ESU, an incredibly standard round from them as Cosmisu finds Yonbon. It's just Sasha with a classic. Not expecting much to happen here. We'll have to see if she can get maybe 1 kill. The first dink lands, but it will require a little more at that range. It's the proactivity from ESU in the post plant to take a bit of extra control towards backside, continue that oppressive reign against low weaponried opponents, and maximize those gaps in the arsenal. It'll be interesting to see if we're going to get a similar sort of thing when they go on towards, another execute towards A, when they understand that, look, maybe we're not going to have the same kind of gun advantage, if that mentality then is the exact same in a full gun round.
Well, with the situation sitting at this point right now, Hansa, we are, looking towards the response of the NJCU. There's a nice one right there. There goes one. Dark isolated in a 1 versus 1 engagement. I guess that's what they want. They want to be in those types of engagements, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, now NJCU have cleared out the majority of A. It's also allowed for Greedy Vikas in mid to get a little bit more expansive with their territory, moving on forward, finding kill to Johnny, but Raffy Paffy is there to trade. There is some damage on towards the Jet player as they are looking to continually contest mid here. There's 2 players on the ESU side boxed in, looking for that kill. Not able to find it. The spray reset from Cosmisu eventually happens, and that has left A open for them to head through double doors, only at a player disadvantage. But I don't think they have any upgrades except for Raffy Paffy at this time.
Yeah, half of the weapons have been upgraded there for ESU. It might only be 1, but it certainly is half. One of the players, again, Justin, is low, so this is something that maybe the Spectre could do work with, and that's why it's moving in towards the cave, because that's a lot closer on the angles and the distance for which they will be shooting.
I was just about to say, I wonder whether NJCU are going to contest main or not, and they are. Cosmisu versus Sasha, this could mean a lot in terms of how the trajectory of this round will go, because now the lineups aren't available. Justin gets taken out. Raffy Paffy has a Vandal, has a chance to seal this round for their team. The spike not planted favourably whatsoever, and neither is the spray. Bullet connects to the head. Yonbon finds it. Sasha will defuse, and NJCU respond.
And as casters, we want to see these teams just develop. So I hope that when we criticise, it's taken with kind of constructive, taken as constructive criticism. Because realistically, the difference between ESU being a great team, being a good team and a great team, is the fact that Cosmusu would have realised, right, this Spectre at the long range might not be great, but see if I hide in a little corner, see if I take this shot that I isolate it to a shorter range, I could win that out. There goes one, and Rafi Pafi is looking pretty comfortable in that situation there, Hazza.
Yeah. Not able to win it out, however, but is able to bring online the null command. And this will be a big gap which ESU could look to benefit from. However, Greedy Vikas has made the first kill on the round. And this is what we ask of those chamber players, especially coming into this game. We've already seen it now. And they have the advantage they required.
Yeah, all we want to see is some destructive skill. The destruction has come through. Remember, this is ESU's gun round. As we see Rafi Pafi come through mid, the mid control not as good as what we would have hoped, and that's going to punish them. The players are starting to drop. ESU's gun round is coming through. As we see one of the players, Sasha, coming through double doors. They are continuously being stopped, I was about to say, from using their abilities. Not anymore though.
Yeah, now has the toxic screen up once again. Sasha has been very good at playing her wall incredibly reactively to what the opponents do, and it means that we're going to get a use of it here in the late round to cut off those angles in main. The only issue is that Toxin is running thin, thick and fast, and just like that it's going to drop, and it will give Dark an opportunity to challenge, not before Johnny's already able to take this first kill. Yonbon will retaliate, but I think both of these weapons should be kept. Oh no, Johnny Cap just about caught by the valence of the explosion, but ESU now healthier in this round, and NJCU don't have anything to work with.
Yeah, NJCU do not have lots. I see we do have a Marshall being brought up by Swahili, and I think an Ares as well, which I think, if I remember correctly, has it. We actually don't see much of on Breeze, no. If not at all.
No, not at all. So I'm curious as to what Yonbon is going to try and achieve here. Maybe a recon in towards mid, and a wall bang through. Oh, yeah, okay. I think that recon's landing in the next series if we're playing Breeze again. And yeah, thank you for that one, Bolby. Just confirming that nobody is being scanned there except for someone manning one of the cannons on top of the old castle.
Maybe they're trying to find one of the little, like, cuddly toys that's hidden out around the map,
one of the Tactibears, perhaps. Yeah. No, I think what the idea was there was to ping a recon into mid and then wallbang through the corner of elbow in that spot, because if you have heavy penetration, even medium penetration weapons such as a Vandal or Phantom will be able to do so, but yeah, not going to happen. ESU right now controlling all of mid, and with Dark's position in main, may just be looking for a split, although they've also felt presence towards B.
Oh no, look at this. They've allowed him to get through double doors, and Swahili will take the head of the Viper. Johnny Cap will shoot off a couple of shock darts. There's nothing to be found there though, and the players are just denying information. That's huge. This is even better. That's it down towards even, and they will feel that pressure from behind as Justin goes high, goes wide, and they're straight on towards that spike.
It looks to be getting diffused. Such low HP for Slick. Body shot from Swahili. A response that NJCU are able to pick up with next to nothing in terms of investment, just in throwing the team on their back in that round and getting a couple of important frags with the Blade Storm. And it's also broken the buy of ESU. They're nowhere near as comfortable in this game now. If Cosmisu being one of the players who has the liberty of investment here will be going for a Vandal, but everyone else not got too much to work with. In terms of that round, I think the main criticism for ESU has to be that sort of mix in ideology. They wanted to contest so many different areas of the map at once, and it left them overexposed.
Yeah, that tour de force now being used by the defensive side of NJCU. Seeing what they can find with it. Remember, it is a one shot, and that's a nice little shot through, but it is only going to take like something like 10 HP through away. Viper's pit invested on B though, Hazza.
Yeah, that's going to give control towards NJCU on that side of the map. We have a tour de force on the other, and Swahili sat slap bang in the middle, who will fire a bullet between the eyes of Johnny Cap and make it a 3k for them on the round. Dark is still alive, however, with this tour de force. Justin, the main player, I think, in shutting them down in this situation because that off angle is so dangerous. Finds Greedy Vicus and may not even need to contest mid at this point. There is a flank also coming through from Sasha. Lots of things to worry about. A nice adjustment, enough time given. But yeah, we'll be walking into the crosshairs here. That's going to be it. It was such a difficult one to try and call there because Dark is looking at so many different spots, not committing, and all the while NJCU moving in on his position. Damage won't count for much. ESU finally get their buy though.
It's such a hard one to call for Dark. And yeah, as you said, like where to move, but it's also hard to call in terms of, I mean, Greedy Vicus, if they pick up Justin and potentially swing round, it goes down to a 1 versus 1 hazard, and we are looking at a very different scenario. All in all, though, isn't that? So we don't need to worry about the hypotheticals. What we do need to worry about is a potential push out from mid of the NJCU players.
Yeah, I think as well in that situation, when you're trying to play the clutches, Justin has already found the first kill. It is just about not leaving too much heat on your back, hot and cold. What signs are you giving away? You're just constantly playing from the same position. In this round, it's an incredibly quick start, and already we have seen some space made enough to get a spike plant, but NJCU quickly closing in.
Greedy Vicus, the op taken out, and it's a Viper's Pit in this round as well as the last. 3 versus 3, and we still have probably one of the biggest post plants, an original post plant ultimates available as well. Has the Hunter's Fury. Raffy Paffy will be swung on, and now they have to assault in towards the smoke. Johnny Cap is going to be supporting the Viper here as the L drone comes through. These players will have to try and find the last remaining. There goes the Sova, there goes the Viper. Justin up top will find it, and will find that round comfortably for their team.
Yeah, as you say, comfortably. It was incredibly close in the end, but most importantly, ESU are losing out. And it's breaking their buy. They're now on a tough eco. I'd say tough eco cycle. The spike plant's actually done them a world of good. After 3 rounds finishing, they're on the max loss bonus. So there is an opportunity here actually for them to rebuy. But in terms of NJCU, fairly nicely done. It's just about taking those initial jewels. We saw Justin in on mid, good for a kill. Greedy Vicus with the rendezvous as well, chipping in towards main. And it's already 5 versus 3 before ESU are able to get that spike down. A singular kill to give them any kind of space, but even then it's not enough.
And you ask the question, when will it be enough here, Hazza? The Hunter's Fury used defensively. My goodness gracious me. It is going to be used responsibly. And with a swing out like that, that nearly picks up Raffy Paffy. But Sasha will do the work instead. Following through, Johnny Cap, now outside of main, has to face up against so many.
Nice kill from Dark. Brings this one within touching distance. Spike is claimable in elbow, just being extremely cautious about challenging these angles. You now see the trademark invested as well, but I don't think I expect for it to get tripped at any point. And well, Johnny Cap just goes for a face in main, completely by themselves. Now it's left Dark on his lonesome to try and create something. Still doesn't have control of the spike, still wary that a player could be moving up on position. And it's going to be the Jet of Justin, which will do exactly that. On the off angle, Dark thinks that he's cleared it, but leaves that one just a little too narrow. And just like that, NJCU continue to storm towards the lead. And this time, ESU won't have enough credits to invest fully.
They will not, but I tell you what they will have to invest, Hazard. Timeout. We are going to see it come through. And we have seen ESU use a timeout before, Hazard, and it has worked out for them previously.
Yeah, it has. Mr. Bolby, if you'd be so kind as to bring the scoreboard up for us momentarily. Something I'm curious of here is I think, we saw the timeout come through in the 8th round last time, actually, and I believe the score was 5-3, but the order of rounds was different. You see this time, it is in the gun rounds, which NJCU have had so much more success. Thank you very much for that, Bolby, our fantastic observer. But I mean, it's more of the case of these gun rounds are being won out by the defenders more than the attackers. The majority of the ones they've been able to pick up so far has been from that initial burst.
Sorry, I just gave Bolby a little clap. I don't know if the Discord's got rid of that. Yeah, but it's like, I wonder if they're coming up with potentially a set play for the attack here on that bonus the eco. Just in case, like, there is something that they've worked on previously and they're saying, right, let's try and use it, we'll see if it works here in an actual comp environment. And then also talking about the next round. I imagine in terms of what they'll be talking about is map control, etc., and where it's been going wrong, but also maybe I would be interested to see if we do see that set play and they are running up elbow.
Yeah, for ESU, I would like to see them go for a fast push because these players on B have been incredibly isolated thus far. Sasha, one of them, Yonbon, the other, Justin, given so much room to work in this back line through mid. An area left uncontested. Down to a 3 versus 3, and Johnny now has a Vandal to work with.
Yep, they just miss out on the swing. Johnny does get Swahili, but as Justin comes back round, they swing harder. Oh, Rafi, though. They have got an upgrade and they've got flashes and even an ult command if they really wanted to deny. I mean, ultimates dashes away, tailwinds, but look at the spikers.
Yeah, Justin's already used his tailwind, so that's not going to come into effect. I believe a couple of those cloudbursters may have left their pouch, but no, actually, you say that. The tailwind is the only thing which is gone, and it is 1 kill away from coming online. Of course, that goes completely out of the window in the 1 versus 1. And something else that seems to go out the window is control of the spike. Justin completely forgoing that and giving Rafi Paffy an opportunity to set up in a post plant, which seems to be coming on A with ample time to spare.
And Justin's in no situation here to watch the spike and realistically react quickly to B. I mean, even in that situation... Sorry,
yes, the 0 point coming in on mid, which has actually given them the call to come through. And now Rafi can look to move towards main. This is where the duel is going to happen. It's just a question of whether they expect Justin to be so far up already.
I was going to do my best Duel of Fates impression. There's a couple of pings going out, and I don't know why. Maybe they're hoping to see if there's a cloud burst. Justin's going to just peek this straight away. Yeah,
and now Rafi Paffy's the second player we've seen from that corner in recent days to do the mannequin challenge and just stand still, not aware of it whatsoever. I'm more surprised rather than anything that we didn't see him at the very least turn back towards main a couple of times, at least be aware of that being a possibility. Justin... perhaps just, ever so quick on the timing that it had completely slipped their mind. ESU lose out on another, but I think that's got to be a positive litmus test for them in terms of going for a quick mid play because they managed to bring it down incredibly close with minimal up front.
Yeah, that is it. And, I mean, they've... In terms of punishment, I mean, again, it's not massive amounts, but at least they've taken something away from the side of NJCU. Didn't really see many ultimates being used either in the last round, so there's still those to kind of contend with. In terms of mid, it's fully controlled by ESU, but they've not even checked the close corners.
Yeah, and it's something which they've gone off of, I think, because Justin was able to have success there before. Rafi Paffy narrowly wins the fight, but it keeps ESU ahead in this game for the time being. Sasha incredibly exposed from the corner, looking left and right like a spectator at a tennis match, completely bewildered. Swahili does eventually get that first incision for NJCU, but ESU more than happy to set up in this situation and even go hunting for additional space.
Yeah, and Swahili's so low. I don't think this is going to be a call to save, but more a call to hide from the owl drone. I say that. And they might just be playing for exits. Maybe that's just the situation. I hate trying to hypothesize exactly what they're going to be doing in this situation when it's like such low members. Like it's a 1 versus X. Like, yeah, it's just...
I think the best thing to do is just call upon experience and what you know to be true in this situation. Swahili will want to be holding onto this gun. That's no exception. Their life is a must here, but anything extra will be a bonus, and it's not even going to happen. Johnny finds the kill, and just like that, ESU do make good of those gaps that they were able to exploit on the previous rounds in their full buy.
Fantastic. Fantastic indeed. And now looking at these the money that is in pockets, NJCU are the only team, I think, that can go on towards an equal in the last round, Hazza, if we do see ESU win this out. If not, we will be getting 2 rifle rounds and a potential 7-5 or even 8-4 for NJCU.
I think it's looking more than likely that both of these teams will have enough credits to buy up for all remaining rounds, with there only being a couple left. This being one of them, Greedy Vicus getting greedy, trying to find a first kill, but rendezvousing out. Trademark has been spotted, and now they've got to be feeling incredibly tough about this situation that they find themselves in on A. Swahili does give a bit of breathing room by making that kill back outside of B. But yeah, things have completely opened up on A. Rafi's able to move onward and take out Yonbon for the second successive round in a row. Utility to get the presence here as well of Greedy Vicus, who's still lurking beneath the bridge. But like water under the bridge, Swahili's able to find just another kill.
In terms of the space that's been retaken from NJCU, we've not seen much as a... Time still ticking away here, and as Greedy Vicus checks that switch, as cheeky, being able to hit it off, close the door, but realistically it can just be opened again, and this might just be a game of cat and mouse to move on towards the spike. But the time is getting low, the player moving on towards bridge has massive angles, but do they have that much? That's a lovely Hunter's Fury. That's just going to deny everything. Do they have much time? They don't have any time, and that will be confirmation of this round going through, and ESU putting it down to a potential 6-6.
Yeah, we had Cosmisu and Johnny Cap playing from main with their utility, Hunter's Fury, Snake Bites, Poison Cloud, all of that stuff. And Slick with an incredibly nice timing from Hall. So that was able to alleviate a little bit of pressure, buy plenty of time by working in and around that sliding door as we saw. And ESU now with a good chance of tying up the half when we consider the amount of guns that NJCU, or the quality of them, should I say, that they're working with. However, we've seen a prioritization here, a stack of sorts towards this side of the map. Not only that, the Owl Drone will be following up with a Blade Storm. Lots of aggression towards this area, but it's instantly shut down by the attackers.
Fantastic work being done there, Hazza, working... I mean, just to continuously get those picks. And look at that, they're working the picks, they're rotating away. There is obviously this one player out in towards the main position, but they're trying to retreat. They're trying not to be caught off guard. And that rendezvous, I don't think they have another destination to go to for Greedy Vicus.
No, Greedy Vicus is completely pinned from this position with a Bucky. We'll have to get lucky, see what they can find. Nice trigger discipline on the first. You've got to be kidding me. Gets away with a Vandal, and now it looks doable. Tour de Force brought online, but swiftly taken out from underneath their feet. Slips from the grasp, and ESU respond. That's fantastic from them to refrag so quickly.
It really is. It really, really is. Has the fact that they've been able to get return so quickly in turn. I mean, the fact that that swing came through from Rafi Pafi, so. I mean, I can't formulate my words right. Give me a second.
It's almost can't be overstated how important it was. I think by the same margin, you could probably make an argument that Dark had overcooked it just a tad by peeking onto that angle and not fully fading away with a player advantage in that situation. But I think all of that is still cast to the side because NJCU had presence towards Nest, I believe it was, and that's where those last couple of players on the rotate ended up getting caught out.
Yeah. I was going to just say, I was going to talk about the importance of always trading out and the time of that. Justin does get Rafi Pafi, and we are going to see 2 picks coming through straight away. As ESU tried to get aggressive, somehow Sasha tries to scarp her, and that's why Hazza is because, the spike was down.
Oh, Greedy Vicus just grabs themselves a helping of the spike. And will now be able to get it planted on site. Cosmisu making their way through. Picks up a gun, so now there should be an awareness here from Swahili, who's just holding in the corner. He needs to clear out all of these players, and it's going to happen for them. Still from the corner is Swahili, who's looking to collect a couple of shots, and they do it. Low HP. Slick making their way through, hitting behind the box. Does the wallbang come through? I'm not sure, but that is a surface that you can't wallbang. It's made of solid steel, and Swahili has nothing to do to slow this thing down except for the fragment, which is wide off the mark. The shot will connect. You would like to think. Come on, guys. Slick eventually gets it. ESU find the pistol for the second time in a row.
I can't believe we've seen that happen.
I mean, it got so close. The shot didn't even connect when the swing came round the side.
Oh, man. And they've let it slip. ESU somehow coming through there. NJCU, you can't help but feel for them because there were inches, literally centimetres on a desk that could have been swung through. Oh, do you know what? I don't want to make them feel the hurt because they will be feeling that hurt. At least it's going to be so much harder. That ping though on towards the Viper, they know exactly where they're going. The trademark makes it slower, but Yonbon from main will do what? That is a lovely spam from Slick. They knew exactly where they were going, and that player that's made us a little bit claustrophobic on sight is the player of Dark on main.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure which needed to be dealt with, but the rendezvous has allowed for him to regroup with the rest of these teammates, making the push now in from spawn. The spike still not planted. No extra credits to be carried through. Rafi will clean, and ESU stretch the gap to 2. Now this is the round that we have to be looking towards. If ESU are able to generate anything from this low buy, from this bonus, and build that snowball further, make it a streak of 6 rounds, 3 either side of the half, then NJCU are going to be in a very difficult spot to try and rectify.
Exactly. And now, as we look towards what NJCU's ideas are, it will be a very, very strong push towards B, and they know exactly that this Viper can feel a little bit isolated here, especially what we saw from the last round, has the fact that that was the first pick that came through, and then obviously ESU help out.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice push up of Tube here as well. That's the whole of the outside of A cleaned up. 0 Point already collecting information due to those main players. This retake is going to be 5 versus 5. ESU, this does put them on the back foot when you consider the weaponry gap that they'll be going against. Utility as well, potentially to have. But look, they've already found the first couple. Slick with a lovely headshot. Kumiso also chiming in. And now 3 players making their way through on the flank.
Yeah, Dark now moving in with Slick, and look at how many players are in total here. Johnny Cap also getting that information dart just to clear out key corners. It's now up to the players that are moving through. What a swing, what a flick from Dark. It's 2 versus 2 and players are low. There is, I believe, a Marshall ringing off. It was Slick's, but Sasha gets a lovely swing through. Time getting low. It's going to have to be the Ghost to do what? They've downed at least 3 rifles. That'll be an advantage towards ESU, but at least NJCU was about to say gets out with 2. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah, only getting out with 1. Yonbon drops. ESU now have a full buy. NJCU are going to want to throw everything they can at it. It's not going to look too pretty if they're able to get their way through this, because you've got 3 players on light shields. Utility is still there. I suppose not so much of an issue because there is a buy available, but Dark now on a tour de force looking to line this one up. The dastardly duo of Jet and Chamber currently causing quite a few woes here for NJCU.
And they will be feeling it. This is one thing that has to be said. They will be feeling it. But right now, this rifle run for ESU, we'll need to see what NJCU can do to upset this, and a Viper's Pit is certainly a good idea to try and do that.
Oh, a nice flash drive into the backside, sets Justin up perfectly to take out Johnny Cap. Dark finds that kill, Slick invests the tailwind, Cosmisu trading back and forth, all these players dropping. However, all the while the Viper stands up, the pit remains in place, and it's going to make this retake much more difficult for ESU to try and contend with.
This is where it now begins as they start to assault in. Remember, they will be losing health. Oh my goodness gracious me. They all line up. And NJCU, they come through.
Yonbon with a really nice double towards backside there. And it's a double up for rounds from NJCU now. Greedy Vicas moving on towards their tour de force, and the defending side stripped in terms of their cash. We're not going to see too much from them here. Dark on a hero Vandal, as they had the opportunity to buy up a little bit more. But for the most part, it's just about breaking away from the trend here, ESU. And when we look at what NJCU have been doing on their attack, it's been very much AB, AB, very straightforward executes with little to no variation in terms of strategy.
Yeah, and the strategy, sometimes you need to vary it, you need to be varied, and you need to be ready to do anything. Dark just getting suppressed there as the push comes through, the flash drive not working out, but the guns are, and it seems to be all coming alive here for these players. Somehow we're down to a 2 versus 2, and the fact that Johnny Cap did get the tour de force and not a rifle will not be helpful.
It certainly won't. There is a Blaze Storm for Slick, however, and they're willing to put this ultimate on the line for their chances in this round. What a killer headshot onto Sasha. Swahili flashing out to meet these players, but the only thing that will be greeting them is the sweet embrace of death. Johnny Cap with the Sheriff seals out the round, and ESU on minimal up front are able to take this round.
Sorry. We are getting through in towards this one now, has it? Where ESU and NJCU are trading blow for blow. And when you keep going through these trades, when you keep going through this scenario here, has it? I mean, at what point does it stop? At what point do we see, I mean, I guess relegated for both teams on Badico? It's going to keep going this way, and I understand why. But we need someone to take hold of this, take hold of the tempo of the game and start making advantages.
We certainly do, and it seems like ESU will be feeling a bit better after that round of their chances to do so. They have the lead and should have credits for the next as well, if it is warranted. I think the main thing to note is just the awareness of how these hits are coming through, the repetitions and what can be gathered from ESU as Rafi Paffy takes a nice early kill there. It was that kill for me from Slick on the previous which stood out the most, anticipating a swing backside as it had been the last time around and being able to deal with those issues from Justin.
Obviously, with that rifle being picked up now, at least one of the other players has got that weapon. Oh my goodness gracious me, Greedy Vicas. Getting the timing of the sentry going against them. They're being valoranted, and now these players might feel as if they have to push now on towards the site. Rafi Paffy, lovely flash drive. They get the opportunity, but the opportunity taken away. And now we're into a 4 versus 3 potential post plant.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it is a 4 versus 3. Toxic Screen will veil those players as they look to head back towards main. And actually, I think we're going to be seeing a flank coming through from Justin here, trying to make those aggressive plays. Chamber player still alive, but trademark elsewhere, so giving them the green light to do as they please. Recon to follow things up. Sasha playing close on the pyramids, expected of, but here comes Justin, lining those players up and taking down 2 of them. Half the squadron hits the deck, and it's just Slick to try and clutch out a 1 versus 2. Can't quite find the first kill, which may stunt their chances, but they have got the second follow-up. I don't think the time is there for them, Cairo. It is just going to run thin, even if they look to stick it out. Bonbon is in place, and they take the head off to make it 9-9.
Yeah, not going to let that mistake happen again, has it? Not going to let another defuse come through, which would have been another heartbreaking moment. Imagine if we had actually seen that come through after that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been ridiculous. I don't think there was even enough time if Slick had held it all the way down and was given the time and space to do so, because that first reticle had already closed.
Yeah.
We're seeing ESU buy into this round, however, which I find to be interesting. It's quite a risky one, right? They don't necessarily have the best set of weapons to back up their ambitions in terms of ultimates. NJCU with a Viper's Pit. If that's given the time and space to set itself up on one of these sites in a post plant, I really don't fancy the chances of ESU making that retake happen.
The old drone just misses out there, has it? And Greedy Vicas holding that angle. Could find maybe 1 or 2 if they decide to go that way. It is going to be that Viper's Pit, but does it settle? As the spike goes down, they will be able to go through a lovely fragment grenade. But look at Greedy Vicus now coming through from behind. Gets smacked down. And these players have ended up into a 2 versus 2. We could see the core stabilise, but the Viper just dodging and weaving for any potentials to move through. Look at Dark here on towards the spike.
Oh, just taps it, lurking around, but Sasha's still in the pit and will eventually claim their final victim. NJCU meet double digits and start to take the lead in this game. You wanted one of the teams to have some initiative. They're the ones to do it. ESU find a patch of kills as Greedy Vicus was charging things down with the judge. Range not favouring him whatsoever, but yeah, it doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. That's what I was saying. Give them the space to allow that Viper's Pit to come online and be planted in amongst the site. Your chances of winning the round are incredibly few and far between.
And now it's a full eco for the side of ESU. They've built rounds off of this before, Hazard. They've built massive rounds, massive advantages from Thrifties. And as they get too aggressive, they are going to see that Sheriff be picked up by Greedy Vicus.
At the same time, Slick did have Justin pinned to the corner. Will invest both of those cloud bursts to deploy themselves to safety. But the same cannot be said for their comrades on the ESU side. Cosmisu shot after shot looking to connect, but only one of them does. Yonbon gets away scot-free. And those 5 players continue to stand for the time being. Slick usually good with a headshot on the Marshall, but not going. Flawless and easy clean-up duty for NJCU.
It looks like we are going to see a potential trade of maps here, Hazard, which is not something we tend to see in best of threes. And usually it means that both teams have a very deep map pool.
Yeah, I guess that's something to consider, or just the maps that they feel more comfortable on. This one was incredibly close for periods of time, but now if ESU fail to make a response in this very instance, then I would be led to believe that, yeah, we would be going to that third and final map with them set up on match point, a better set of weaponry, better credits to see them through. In terms of strategy, NJCU look to be contesting more areas of the map this time around.
Yeah, a lot more spread out. I was going to wonder, I mean, have NJCU had a timeout since they started losing rounds, has it? Or has it just been maybe, I think, a change of focus?
I don't think they have. We saw one from ESU on their attacker side, but not one from NJCU. And actually, what the idea is still to go for that 5-player push, but just to take initial information at the beginning of the round. 0 point landing outside of elbow. Now there's information that ESU aren't in that area, and Greedy Vicus will look to move into that pocket as a result, as a reactive play. Maybe catch a rotate, but the players being caught are those within the site right now, as NJCU have got what they need to open things up.
Yeah, Greedy Vicus will take out Slick there, and they have been flashed out. The Eldrone catching them will get taken, and now 3 versus 3 Greedy Vicus here needs to be, and that's it, perfect from Dark. 18 HP, but at least they've got rid of that certain player that was holding down this position, that stopping the players from moving through. We need to see the Viper come in, and as they wide swing with utility, that's not good. I tell you what is, it's Dark on a 4K as the bullets rain out. Oh, so close.
Yonbon just playing off a timing. Has utility to work with, is just going to go for the wraparound towards main. Cosmisu not holding it, will just look to get away with their life. Once again, ESU so close to making that retake happen, but not enough time left to see it through. Looking at the scoreboard, the gap between kills is ridiculous. Dark on 24, the next few teammates following things up on 16 apiece. In terms of NJCU, nowhere near similar level of numbers. It's ESU finding an early advantage, but not being able to convert it most of the time.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's the conversion rate of these scenarios. And again, though, look at what's what's in the pockets. I mean, ESU have these ultimates, but losing players early or losing players in certain situations means that they can't be used. That's a big suppression there, and Dark's not even going to be able to do anything on this round. Taking out straight away, advantage towards ESU.
Yeah, and that was the tour de force as well. The biggest suppression you could possibly ask for. No rendezvous to speak of either. Hunter's Fury will look to come through and slow down the plant, but the only thing getting planted is Cosmisu taken out. Johnny Cat will follow. I think we're going to be going to map 3, Cairo, unless Slick has something ridiculous to say about it. Not going to happen. Justin plucks them out the sky. 13-9, and we are all level.
We are all level, Hazza. But I'll tell you something, that was a brilliant second map here, in terms of the way it was played and NJCU's adaptations.
Yeah, I think the main thing that we saw from NJCU there was in the late game on their attacker's side, they'd got found out quite a bit that they were just going for these hyper-aggressive 5-player pushes and not contending different areas of the map. So for that reason exactly, we saw them spread out a little bit more, take some early information, make sure that the enemy team wasn't pushing. And then I think one thing that stood out to me most on a previous round was when Greedy Viker seized the 0 point, landed elbow. He understands in that situation then, which it's an area of the map which ESU are looking to clear. Seeing if there's anyone there just before the execute comes in on A, he uses that information to his advantage, moves in through that area, is able to get a kill on the flank, and then completely opens up mid. They then have 2 entry points from which to defend the site, and it's just a great way of giving themselves a bit of extra control. On the whole, a fantastic performance from them on their attacking side, and we will be pushed to that 3rd map of Bind.
We certainly will be pushed to the 3rd map of Bind. A great analysis. And now, as we move to the 3rd map, we will take that quick 5-minute break. So we will be back shortly. Do not go far as we get set up for the Moroccan sands of Bind. Hello everybody and welcome back to NECC Valorant on a Monday night. I'm Cairo, this is the wonderful Hazza, and this has been NJCU versus ESU Hazza, and it's been pretty much a banger so far.
It has. We've certainly gone the distance going on to this third and final map of Bind. Usually the decider pick for most teams in NECC, but not too often that we actually see it come through. So nice to have that pretty balanced series between the two teams. I said after the first half of the first map, look, maybe we could be going to map 3, and we have done. So we will have to see what these teams want to try and bring forward here, whether it's going to be double controller, whether we try and see some more hyper aggressive plays. Not too sure. We'll leave it to the draft.
We shall leave it to the draft. For some reason, it is the Peril fly through, but it is Bind. Just to confirm for you guys at home that it's not going to be this map. Looking at what we are having, and it is the Initiators of Sky. I was about to say the Initiators of Sky and Fade for both teams, but it's not the case. We actually are not going to get that with the side of ESU. They're picking up a chamber.
Yeah, NJCU going for the
controller.
single controller double initiator with the duelist and chamber. Duelist and chamber on the defensive side, but they throw away the fade in favor of a Viper so that they've got both of those controllers to work with. An incredibly strong setup, but you need to try and make the most of it. On the defense, I think it will be easier to do so, especially considering the amount of utility they have to push back NJCU. They fought incredibly well to bring it to this third and final map, but there is one more challenge that lays in wait.
The last remaining challenge. Hazza, you know I love to say Moroccan sands of Bind. You know I like to see it.
I do. I think the thing that I was enjoying the most was each time you introduced me on stream, when you sort of put your hands over the wonderful Hazza. I feel like a circus animal. It's great.
You know, you're a magician, mate, because the words that you spit are put spells upon me.
Pure magic, you could say, I suppose. It's getting late. The light is dropping low, and our behaviour is becoming slightly more NSFW as we carry on.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Come on, that's for the Discord DMs.
Of course. In terms of this game, though, of course, something that we should be talking about is that I think it's just what ESU will be able to create from their defenders' side here. I think Bind naturally does have a bit of an attacker bias if you're able to set up correctly. If you're able to break through the choke going into the post plant, if there's the utility available there for you, then it can be very strong. I think these are a lot of ifs at the same time that I'm currently putting up, however. It's whether ESU will be able to contain NJCU in those situations or not.
I mean, we watched a lot of Bind at the weekend as well. A lot of nuances that we were talking about. I mean, double controller. I think, like, I don't mean this by any disrespect to these teams that we're casting here, Hazza. I think it's great having double controllers, great having double initiator, but it's how you implement it into your setup and understanding the nuances that can come alongside it. I mean, we were talking about on the weekend there about the control that which it could bring, and in talking about control, I mean, it just doesn't seem to be much yet for NJCU. As I see that though, they will see a trade out.
Drop straight into the deep end. The execute well underway. We are seeing the NJCU have a vice grip on the A site. They were able to break through the choke, stall out the utility that ESU have with the double controller. And something we've got to mention is that NJCU have that double initiator, so they're able to, you know, breathe some life into those gaps a little bit more. Raffi still here in the backside, low HP on 3 of these players. Could be an easy claim for a couple of them, but time ticking all the while further and further down. 2 versus 2, the swing comes through, and the kills are found. Dark gets it, and there's time to spare.
I'm wondering, has it, like, I know it's one of these things, I was going to say, I'm wondering with Dark picking up the Viper, it's interesting that we see the Chamber flexed over in that situation. Fair enough, it's worked out. And another thing, obviously, we were slightly late into the game, but Dark had set the wall up in a weird kind of funnel, like it kind of funneled the players in towards that lamps position, but you can't help but feel that it kind of somewhat favours the attackers.
I think it depends. Maybe it's a bit more of a retake setup. We'll have to wait a little bit longer before we get another chance to look at it because of the way that things are. NJCU down to the 1 versus 1. Force buy potentially on the cards, you know, with the way that the previous round went, but they don't opt for it. Raffi facing into 5 players will get taken out, clattered about. And NJCU have an opportunity to move through here onto the B site, but there are players waiting in hookah to challenge.
Yeah. Taking that first pick will be absolutely massive for the NJCU, getting the Chamber, getting rid of them. But with all the players coming in for a flank, this pinch might be felt pretty heavily. As I say that though, they will take the Brim, and that's going to be massive. Alleviate so much pressure. Dark taking out Sasha, no more control. Well, I guess I don't imagine there would be, especially after all the Sky Smoke's gone. Now all the players on the ESU gone. They're taken out, and somehow they've been able just to hold 4.
Yeah, and that is a big, big win for ESU, because coming now into their bonus, one which you would expect them to drop, the pressure is off their shoulders. They picked up the anti-eco, which they were supposed to. Skin of their teeth, may I add. 2nd round in a row now that they've been able to do it in such a fashion. No idea how the defuse was allowed to come through, but it does exactly that. NJCU will probably be feeling fairly happy with themselves with the way that panned out. But Greedy Vicus only buying into a Spectre here. Very curious.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, we didn't exactly... It's just one of those situations, again, where didn't catch the bite, and maybe they kind of forced up last round to try and catch players off guard. Fair enough if they did.
No, because I think Greedy Vicus had 2 Headhunter bullets last round. They were able to take a kill with one of them, do damage with the other. This is just a very interesting situation. Maybe keeping a weapon over from the previous, I think, is the most likely of results, and seeing how many credits they can build, knowing that ESU will have next to nothing to work with in this situation.
Well, I mean, Dark has done work with a Stinger. That's going to be felt. And I wonder exactly what ESU are thinking here. Slick could spot up to a shorty. They do still have 2 blast packs. They could just fling themselves straight into the site. The paint shells go out, but they don't exactly work. A big investment of Seekers.
Yeah, but perhaps a smart one, considering how few ultimate points it takes to bring online. Both players now spotted out, so attention can be turned to Slick with the shorty, trying to cause any issues they can from this position. C's will tether them in place for the time being, and yeah, it's a formality the rest of this round. 34 points of health, but not wanting to give away an ult orb, but by the same margin, wanting to maybe try and get a kill here. Incredibly difficult stuff, and eventually it does happen. In terms of buy on that round, yeah, I understand the decision making now. Greedy Vicus just carrying through a weapon from the previous, not buying anything up, and has 8,000 credits to work with. So more than anything, it's a situation that allows NJCU to build up even further momentum coming into this next gun round. They'll be able to invest on the next regardless of the outcome. Greedy Vicus also has a Headhunter if needed, but is fully just going to go with the Vandal here this time around. Yeah,
and if we actually look towards what Dark did with the Stinger Hazard, it was maybe a bigger investment than what we realised. Was able to get an additional ultimate orb there, and we are going to see that Viper's Pit invested towards short, and massive space taken away from the NJCU Gothic Knights A.
Yeah, on short at the very least, but we're already seeing Greedy Vicus move through Shower. Boombot did clear out Fountain, but these players have already reaggressed. Yonbon seeing what they're able to find. Sasha leading the way. The controller player in this lineup. She's played fantastically so far, but we'll need to call upon that expertise a little bit more to get a few additional kills. Yonbon instead the first to challenge, and does drop Slick. Spike now making its way towards B. We're also seeing a push out from the Viper's Pit, which results in a kill. Dark finds the flank onto Greedy Vicus, so now all attention can focus towards the site itself.
Yep, Justin now takes out Raffy Paffy. We're down to a 3 versus 2 here. The Spike can get put in towards here, and the Tube, which will be protected, for instance, if we do get to a potential clutch situation. But at least if both these players are going towards long, there will be that little bit of an audio that the Viper's Pit's down, so they know the players are close by. But that's about the only information they have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we expect the retake to be happening fully. There was, Swahili just goes off of a different sound cue. The guiding light, which comes up with nothing from the corner. Sasha finds both. We said that she might have some kills on the cards. They come up in the late round for her, as they have done a few times, thinking of that multi-kill from the corner when we started out on Fracture, and now on Bind, it's a similar story. The main thing for me is that ESU want to go for an early contest in that situation. We see Raffy Paffy has retreated towards the box in the mid-site, looks to try and find a kill, and then Johnny Cap immediately follows it up. Both of them only good for one between, and as a result, it leaves them at a disadvantage then coming into the retake, one which NJCU are able to ride out.
Right, the players have crunched in towards mid, and already we've seen this previously, Hazza, where the team attacking tends to actually go and prioritise the other site after hearing all those, I was about to say, hearing all those TPs, but it's not going to be. They're going to try and face up, and because in doing that, they've lost out 2 rifles.
We've also seen Raffy go through the TP elsewhere. Kosmisu narrowly able to take down Swahili. There's barely any health that we can mention on either of these sides. Raffy not quick enough for the flick onto Greedy Vicus. A single point of health for Slick. Really clutching at straws here. I think there's less than 10 between both players.
I mean, I think the good thing is that a player on 1 HP and a player on 40 HP takes the same amount of bullets to take out each player. The only thing is, though, is Greedy Vicus, is that's the biggest issue. Is Kosmisu is going to have to try and engage them, going to try and get close. They're hoping for a whiff. I don't think it's going to come through, as Greedy Vicus gets 4 on the round.
It was 6 HP in the end between both players, so yeah, really not a chance in hell that they were going to find something there. I think the point that you were trying, or not the point that you were making, sorry, but the point that I maybe read into from what you were saying was that when they're both that low, maybe facing up against Greedy Vicus isn't the worst of situations. But
yeah. Right, well, with that being said, we are going to see the players move up on towards the B site. We are going to see that a little bit of a split with Greedy Vicus on this operator, a big investment. Raffy Paffy is going to be on the tour de force, shuts that down very quickly. The Sky Smoke down and just denying the players on that position. The only thing is, though, Hazza, is if this Sky Smoke does disconnect, never mind, nothing to talk about here as we see all the ultimates invested. And with that being said, the site completely handed over. There is Seekers to come through. They will potentially find position. There is information there, but what information actually is there? All the players begin to get wiped out, and we are into a 4 versus 3. I think with that being said, with 2 of the 4s firing off. Sasha finds that player, and it is 4 versus 2. The players in it, Hookah, are just stuck out here. Can't do much with it. I mean, those Sky Smokes last 20 seconds at a time, and the save call is being brought through. ESU just having to dip out, look for, I mean, I guess, a save. Keeping those rifles, making sure to bring them through in towards the next round. And that is going to be a 4-2 half. I guess the good thing for the side of ESU was the fact that we were able to get the operator, rescue that, and bring it through in towards this round. So that's going to at least give them something to work as they move through here. In terms of NJCU, they've seen exactly how ESU want to play this map. Very hyper-aggressive in terms of TPing through short and towards mid, trying to crunch. It's working out. NJCU are the team that's trying to face up the aggression, and they were losing out this time when they tried to go for the flank. Whoa, the Sky Smoke, just so much delay. Gothic posted up on shot as the players move through showers. Obviously, this split on towards the A site is looking pretty decent. NECC didn't like to try and gain information from the defending side, but they've retained nothing from it. Or at least that's what it seems like. You know, I've seen the Trailblazer go through again, that one-way coming up, and Gothic has been denied any chance of picking up anything from this. Slick at the back of sight is maybe one that could potentially pop up if this one-way goes down, and it is. All these players ready to go through. The ultimate might come through. Yep, on towards the Lamp's position. There is a player there. It was dark. I think they were trying to hold out. Maybe thought they were safe. It doesn't matter. All these players now trying to engage, but the spike goes down. It was a little bit of a spam, and there is obviously the regrowth now to regain HP. There's 3 players at the backside waiting for the 4th to come through. The Prowler gaining that information. The gun's starting to come alive, but can they find exactly what they want? The Op now holding through on towards backside, but it's only 1 player left. It's all up to Rafi Pafi. They're not going to find much as Swahili swings, and I mean, Rafi Pafi not even given a chance, just a glimpse, and they're taken out. Pika's advantage coming through, and we are going to get a timeout. But with that being said, I think we are going to get ESU, considering exactly what's going on. I know, Bobby, you can hear me. I just want to double check something. Can you hold tab for me so I can see that lovely scoreboard once again? Yep, I was about to see it. We are going to see that pistol round syndrome come through for ESU. That's all they've been able to win out. Everything else, all the rifle rounds, all the buy rounds, have been towards NJCU, which has been such a hard task. And that's where we are seeing the problems. We need to see ESU somewhat come up with an idea of what is going wrong. And I think that's where they will be sitting down and discussing what has been happening. I mean, I like the hyper-aggression. I like the crunches, for instance, in towards mid, having at least 1 or 2 players in hookah, having 1 or 2 players come through short. And I mean, they got rifles from that, but again, it's the conversion that we're talking about, that it's not working out. In terms of ultimates, they don't have much in this round, and they won't have much for a couple of rounds. I guess NJCU are in a much better position, not only in that buy, but also in the ultimate economy. It's going to be a fair few rounds before ESU even get back to fighting condition. And look at this setup here already. We are going to see it come through. A lot of utility, but again, what does it gain? Absolutely not. Only a potential situation, and that potential situation is being cut away. The Seeker's invested a potential crunch to come through teleporter, but no, it's not to happen. The player in teleporter is stuck, and so is Slick at the back of sight. Rafi Pafi trying to spam through the teleporter, but not finding much. My goodness gracious me, Slick, what a lovely shot, but even better shots come through from NJCU with a better weaponry and, well, a much better score count on those rounds.
Yeah, of course, you know, looking at that last round, NJCU carrying on the momentum and looking very good. What?
Is the voices speaking again?
Yeah, what's up, man? How are you?
Hello.
NJCU, in terms of what they've done in the last couple of rounds, obviously I think there was scheduled maintenance or something going on, but ESU's pushes not amounting to much, as we can see. Slick able to find one there. And, I mean, that's just a flash buff, right? Really, Vikas unable to shoot it out. The second one flies through on the opposite side. 4 versus 4, however. Just seeing if Dark is going to overstep from spawn.
Well, looking at this right now, has a 4 versus 4 and plenty of utility to burn through. They're still coming through. Look at this player in towards... I was just going to say, just outside long, Johnny Cat taking out Justin. That's going to deny that, well, I guess that pierce in towards the site. But look at the read.
Yeah. Nice timing from Swahili. I didn't understand too much the thought process between sending Justin in on his lonesome in that situation, but they're able to make good of it. Back to a 3 versus 3, an even player count, should I say, but Cosmisu has other ideas, takes the head off of Sasha, controller player on the opposite side. And now nothing left to shroud these remaining NJCU players as they make their way through. Swahili exits the poison cloud, but it's ill-advised. Dark takes them out, and now it's all on Greedy Vikas with 20 seconds left to go to try and spare them in this round.
Yeah, a little flash on towards Greedy Vikas. And they will pick up that operator. That's the first rifle round hazard that we've actually been able to see from ESU, which is... incredible to think after 9 rounds that we see a first rifle round, and it goes to show how important pistols can be and anti-ecos.
Yeah, of course, and I think in that situation ESU just win up their buy round. They're able to do it comfortably. Rafi will keep holding on towards an operator now, an upgrade which they've been able to find through killing Greedy Vikas, so very nicely played. It's just going to be about keeping that scoreline respectable, giving themselves a baseline of rounds. I think one more would be the minimum that they'll be looking to pick up here, ESU. And if they find this against NJCU, there's always a chance that they can break that economy, because there is still gap to do so, and maybe push them onto even an eco round for one of these to make things a little bit more favourable.
Is that? I don't know if that's coming up on the feed. But if it is, we are being trolled so hard.
I can't see anything, mate.
You can't see anything?
What are you seeing? Tell me. Show and tell.
Am I imagining things?
I think you are. I was doing a slight Jamie Carragher impression earlier, but I don't think that voice was fake. That was definitely me.
No, that was the voices, bro. No, Justin straight in, looks the wrong way, takes out Dart, and the site's open.
I'm not gonna lie, this has been a fairly random experience. I mean, Justin even flying in there is it's just ridiculous. Not getting punished whatsoever. ESU now down a man, trying to make their way through. Cosmiso looking to work around their own sky smoke, has left a gap from which to make their ways through. Swahili won't hold a more aggressive angle and gets punished from playing in the cubby. Orbital strike and an incendiary to work with here, the first of which goes out towards elbow, but Yombom peeks to the side, and NJCU take their advantage on the half.
So I have confirmation. Pardon me, Hazard. I was just so you know, I was getting a funny GIF come through on my side of the feed.
Okay.
Of a certain song.
Oh, that's what they all say, really.
Yeah, it was a Rick Astley one. I was getting rickrolled in the chat.
You've been let down. You've been given up. You've been let down.
Do you know something? I was.
Do you feel hurt by it?
I did feel hurt by it, yes. I was left all on my own for 1 or 2 rounds. And Hazza, you know my brain is not too big, and I had to come up with big brain statements.
Well, I'll be going back and reviewing the VOD later on. I can give you almost like a teacher's night, right? Was it parents' evening? Go and grade you. See what kind of results you've come up with.
I was going to say, like, what's the Wilf? Was it Wilf? The mocking scheme. Yeah,
what does that stand for? I hope it's not what I think it is.
No. What? That's wrong. Come on, this is a PG-13 stream. it was like certain like what, like imagination, learning, and then like going forward.
I have absolutely no idea. I remember P-Wet, and Justin has wet up a couple of players with the Phantom there. Takes them down, 5 versus 2. ESU looking to make their way back through.
Yeah. Johnny Cap, if they do end up losing their position here, their life, they will at least have the ultimate to go through. It's a nice little rhythm going through with those two players just tapping away.
An orchestra of bullets firing through here, and all of them connect for NJCU. Flawless round. ESU not able to get anything in that instance. This is the final chance that they have to do anything here. We spoke about broken buys. NJCU have managed to do it time and time again to this defensive team. Yeah. There's a chance that they find a 9th here, and also a chance that ESU can get that baseline which we asked of them. With 4 ultimates in hand, only 1 away from the tour de force. Absolutely everything you could ask for from this position. If they're unable to do it, then you have to really be looking at NJCU running away with this one.
Nice little tour de force. For some reason, that outline getting smaller there made... I don't know, it just made me laugh. Rafi Paffy going elsewhere.
Easily impressed.
Yeah, mate, honestly, I am a child. I'll happily admit it. I'll be the first one to admit it. And the Viper will already put down on B. Obviously, they do have the Brim on A. And in terms of control and what those 2 controllers have brought, it hasn't been a whole lot.
And the most interesting thing to me, actually, looking at the ultimates that we have here on the ESU side, is that they haven't gone for that play with the Viper's Pit once again. Seekers for NJCU not coming online for quite a while. Rafi in the corner here with the Tour de Force may look to try and do something, but it seems as if ESU are going to be quite comfortable. Uses the Orbital Strike to give them more time, allow the rotate. Dark in the back lines, able to pick away 1 from the pack as well. Sasha tapping it once more and then heading through the teleporter. Trademark still in place, so still an opportunity here for them to shut out.
Yonbon was just waiting to see if anyone was to follow, and they do, just at the wrong time. And now we need to see a Justin heroics. Can we see has a potential clippable moment, one to stick in the frag movie?
I don't know. It's tapping left and right, but the time ticks ever closer towards their demise in this round. NJCU's chances in this game has to do it. Needed to have stuck it within the next couple seconds or so, but looked to take the fight and ended up in the middle of an NJCU sandwich, or an ESU sandwich, should I say, as the teams quickly swap over. That shows my inexperience and how I like to read text off a screen.
This is maybe a good segue here, Hazza. As I went I went to high pitched voice. You know exactly what I'm going to ask for here. I'm going to ask for one of your famous impressions.
Cairo, mate, look, as much as I love Riot Games trademark, I do not want to do the Heimerdinger voice at this hour.
Wow.
You know, for those who are aware, of course, we're in the UK time zone. That means it's already 1 p.m. It's already 1 a.m. in the morning, right? And and so the rest of my family are sleeping, and as reparations, it seems these players are going to be heading in towards A and not using the Hextech teleporter.
Oh, there it is! Yes, excellent, fantastic. It's like my own little doll that I can play with and request things to happen. Dark requesting that Yonbon not peek out. Justin though requesting that Rafi Paffy not attempt to take this site. It seems as if it is going to go back and forth and somehow end up in a 2 versus 2 advantage towards the Gothic Knights on the Held, and they're certainly going to continue to do that.
Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
So unfortunately, apparently, from the way that things are going. Just to give you an update, Hazard is periodically coming in and out due to some maintenance happening. It tends to happen early in the morning with kind of UK internet. It's definitely not his family turning off the router because it's late at night and he's decided to cast. But with that being said, we are going to move into the next round. And you guys, unfortunately, are going to have to listen to me for a full anti-eco round and potentially more, depending on how things go on here. So, with that being said, Hazza can still hear me. So, Hazza, if you can still hear me, just to let you know, mate, I'll keep it going just for you. Slick facing up against two players that have upgraded weapons, and they will punish it. That's why you don't solo. You try and peek it together and play in almost a death ball stance, usually on an eco, unless you are an absolute god on the pistol. Raffy Paffy will show exactly what we mean by that, by doing some punishment here. There is Sasha at the back of sight, does have a Spectre, and again there was two players there, and closing that angle made them walk out. We're 4 versus 3 here. Obviously, with so early in the match, there is no ultimates to invest. But I tell you what, there is being invested. A lot of weapons, a lot of utility. And with this time ticking away, you can't help but make it feel as if it will favour ESU, just because these players will have to clear sight, will have to clear these angles, will have to take liberties, and those liberties are somehow working out. As I say that though, Justin now in towards a clutch situation. The time getting low, still has to reload and face up against Raffy Paffy. I was talking about all these things and potentially if buts and maybes, but even at that, ESU deny what we think and are going to win out on fifth round, or their fifth round. So unfortunately, that is going to be the scenario. Greedy Vicus has bought up a Bucky. I think we've seen that scenario before where they're just chilling outside of a main on the breeze and managed to get a double kill, which was pretty big in the grand scheme of things. But whether that continues, different story. Whether they can bring up the same sort of impact. Can we even see pistol rounds, thrifty rounds traded? We are going to see a lot of investment here. My goodness, Dark just caught out because Mizo just so much better. Gets a double with that Vandal and Dark will follow it up. That's 3 kills on the round. Greedy Vicus has no charges as we hear and is now going to have to rotate, and it is going to be a flank. These players in on the site have yet to get the spike down. They'll do so pretty quickly. And as we see, the Trailblazer invested, as you might think, just to clear out and towards CT, maybe gain any additional information. The players coming on the flank are trying to see, taking their time, what they can find. Not much, to be honest. There's just a lot of blue X's as they approach short. Trademark good catches out this flank. Johnny Cap catches Greedy Vicus, and Sasha now on 20 HP. Can they somehow find out? They can find out one. But the Vandal, if they did have any, can easily be picked up by one of these players. It will do so. Dark will pick it up. And we are heading in towards 6-9. So there's somewhat a comeback coming on here for the ESU Warriors, which is fantastic for the ESU Warriors fans. But if you're NJCU Gothic, you're thinking, well, not a gamble as such, but how did they win out that anti-eco? They could be miles ahead, 3 rounds from winning out this map, but it's not going to be. And with that being said, Hazard, we are going to see this comeback beginning, a real momentum for this attacking side.
Yeah, they look to carry on moving forward. And you said as well, about looking at compositions here with ESU and the fact that NJCU don't have that double controller. It's not the same kind of shutout. That one Sky Smoke not doing very much to deter these players. Already seen flying through is the Raze and getting that opener. But look, there are trades back and forth here, and NJCU all the while moving closer to a prospect for finding their 10th. But Dark does have a retaliation.
Certainly does. Sasha does get... Oh, okay. Never mind. there we go, a complete wipeout. But the difference is, Hazard, talking about momentum, talking about things invested in towards us, invested in past and previous rounds, etc. We look towards what ESU have in pocket, and they have enough to buy all the Nintendo Switch games if they want, but it's only Arsenal that they can buy, and they're buying a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, Rafi even had 8,000 credits there as well, amongst teammates who were barely scraping together odds and ends to put themselves in a similar situation. I think NJCU are more on the back foot, really, in terms of economy right now. Perhaps one of those Nintendo Switch games, if you lick it, it has a nasty taste. And it leaves a sour taste in the mouth to whichever team will end up losing out here. Because both of them currently 0-3, still looking for that first victory so far in the tournament. And Dark has put ESU on the front foot, a candidate for their chances in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. A nice crossfire setup. They're still yet to check this side, and they won't do so, leaving Swahili with the chance. The Seekers come online, and they will go through straight away. Orbital strike wasted because no one's on site, but at least it has cleared that position. The spike taken elsewhere due to the Seekers clearing hookah, and they will go straight towards the A site. But the thing is, though, as you look at the response from these defenders, there's already the Fade there to respond, and a Haunt prepared.
Oh, not only that, the trademark hasn't been hit in short. So NJCU already have an idea of where these players have moved from, that it is a Showers heavy attack. Trade comes through, Goody Vikas finds it, and yeah, that information is already there, that no players are up close, already spots the gun barrel. Of course, Misu tries to go for the spam, but it's just over the corner of the shoulder. Greedy Vikers has got to be careful not to get dragged in by this one player, as Johnny from the corner is able to cause some problems and does find that first kill. Yonbon incredibly low, both of them hanging on a thread. And so too may be the chances of ESU if they can't close this one out. Flash from Johnny, and they will kneecap their opponent to death. A big clutch to keep them in touching distance.
I'm sorry, Hazard, but whenever I see someone getting flashed and they're just like walking aimlessly, I always think of like the memes where it's like the song playing and then it's like the like kind of like really bassy sound and then like the Snapchat the Snapchat catching comes in. It's like, what this brother doing? You know what I mean?
See, this is the problem, Cairo. You always think of memes, but then when you try and explain it, I have to wonder what on earth it is that you're actually talking about, which makes it difficult. But there we go. Rafi is going to face the opposite end of Greedy Viper's tour de force. And just like that, we have NJCU off to another advantage here.
Exactly. And with that being said, I was just going to say, like, the positions and what's been happening for the side of ESU Warriors is the fact that they are slowly taking space away and leaving enough time for the defenders to rotate. I mean, look at Justin here.
Justin trying to play up close with the Spectre, where it will be most potent. Sasha just peeking left and right, seeing if maybe she can catch a timing on Cosmisu, who's currently perched within the cubby. Spike soon to be carried its way towards the A site, and we see the showstopper also comes through, but it just trades back and forth right now. NJCU keeping this extremely competitive with Johnny incredibly low. It's only going to take a bullet for that kill to be made, an upgrade to be found, and a potential snowball back into this opportunity here for NJCU. Viper's Pit still up.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only thing is, though, they've got to compete with a Viper's Pit. I was going to potentially think that orbital strike coming down could have gave Dark that position, that opportunity, while leaving it to isolate a 1 versus 1 there with the player outside of Showers, and then potentially a second one to follow through. Not to happen, not the case, and then 7-11 is going to be that score.
It's a great investment of the orbital strike to deny the space as well, because for a moment you think if Dark was left unchecked in that position with the opportunity to flex left and right in their own poison, it would be a poisonous end for ESU in the round, but not going to happen. NJCU able to find that one and now move within touching distance of series point, their first series of the season.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at. And NJCU I mean, realistically, after that first map, I mean, it was a close score, but it didn't feel close in terms of the way that things went down, Hazard. I mean, moving on towards the second map, they made things close. They certainly put up a great fight and they took it to their opponents, winning out fantastically. And on this third map, I mean, they thoroughly deserved it. I mean, I genuinely think on this series, on this map alone, I think they should be taking the points home.
Yeah, NJCU have certainly made a strong account of themselves so far in this series. And I mean, looking at the way things are as well, you've also got to note the fact that they did lose out on that first map. And I believe that, it wasn't actually the choice that they had wanted, or at least that was the case that they tried to make. It didn't really matter anyway because the map had already been played. But yeah, just showing that flexibility coming in towards Breeze and being able to dismantle their opponents in such a manner. Then on towards Bind the Decider and looking ever so comfortable. It's really a commendable performance.
Commendable indeed, Greedy Vicus now. On this operator, oh no. That opportunity goes by ever so fleeting. The blinding light comes through, but it won't get that off. Oh my god, what a flick. It doesn't work out for the second time. The rendezvous comes in, but I'll tell you what, Justin coming in to help out will do the work. Although, we are going to see that snake bite come through. They're trying to see if they can get the spike ferried on towards the site. Free growth there is good.
Yeah, and right now, NJCU can just hold that cross, stop players from making their way in towards the site. The only issue is none of them have looked to challenge it in recent moments, giving a little bit of extra space for ESU to use. Could move further along even if they wanted towards Elbow, which hasn't been challenged whatsoever, but the tap comes through. Dark only 30 points of health and will eventually cower within the safe respite of the tube on spot. The paint shell's just enough to take them down. Tour de Force with a great angle to take out some players. Rafi the first to get them. Justin falls. And now Swahili. If they can land a tag on this Trailblazer, it's massive. The scope now unavailable. Forced onto the Headhunter. Not planted for them. Will need to go for the wallbang. And the stick begins to come through. The rotate around. You spin me right round. Baby right round. And it seems like NJCU have flipped the script in the reverse sweep and get themselves to map point.
I actually thought they had the chance to just hold it 4 anyway and just win it out. I mean, all in all, it still works. Good job, Swahili.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that's also probably the most cringe bit of play-by-play I think I've ever done. But yeah, no, beautiful stuff.
You've done
Have I actually? Oh my god.
Yeah, because he did the one. It's kind of cringe, but it was
also
more
the cadence. I think it was more the cadence because it's like a TV announcer reading out the title of a song, like I can't think of a good song, and the only song being sung right now is the Song of Death, bellowing out the belly of the dragon. Greedy Vicus finding that opening kill, and ESU Warriors incredibly reserved, trying to bite back, but can't go traded as the rendezvous is snapped up.
It's those pots and pans Ken has in the kitchen, trying to cook up a storm, but realistically, only the thing that we can see getting cooked up is a bad smell. Although Rafi Paffy maybe has a different idea. 6 HP. Oh, okay. Just peeks out at the wrong time. Somehow it still comes out an advantage with a nice trade from Johnny Cap. An upgrade for them. And with that being said, it's a 2 versus 3 with a Nightfall to be invested.
Yeah, but look, the Viper's Pit has come online with the spike plant. Surely you have to be investing it at this point in time, ESU. So much on the line. They are a man up, but how much can you convert on it with NJCU bearing on down and Greedy Vicus splintering the skull of that player with some more shrapnel. Cosmiku able to get one and actually doubles up for it. 3 on the round, going even one better. 12-8. That gap continuing to close, but NJCU inching forward as they do. Time running out. ESU with 4 series points now to close.
And it's doable. It's extremely doable, especially when you look towards NJCU's Biohazard. They're not got good stuff. I guess the Showstopper could get an upgrade, but all in all, it's not looking amazing.
No, It really isn't. I think for the most likely outcome here is that we're looking towards the next few rounds. The fact that ESU didn't need to invest the Viper's Pit there is absolutely gargantuan, because now they have 2 big ultimates, round-winning ultimates if invested correctly. And we're just going to have to see what they can make of them. NJCU with a free hit, essentially, in terms of rounds, because you don't favour them whatsoever with this kind of weaponry.
Yeah, the Seagull's coming through now on towards the site of Jean Bon. Now it gets caught out, but the players aren't engaging. And I think maybe they're waiting late to go through the teleporter. One player does go, okay, they're all going through now, and they are going to go all the way in. A bit of a gamble not to clear out Showers has as the paint shells come through. Justin will also be going through, right through to the spawn. These players are just running in towards bullets and getting chucked about 1 or 2 meters back, and that's the way that these gunfights are just going.
Yeah, I just find it really interesting how scrappy some of the gunfights have gone as this game has continued onwards. I mean, this may be the Challenger division, but we'd seen some champion-like aim from the players, which is now all but dried up in some of the sprays, which are left loose, left, right, and centre. Dark and Raffy Paffy both body-shotting their way to victory, closing out on another round. NJCU finally, however, getting that bye, but the gap in ultimates is still incredibly noticeable.
Yes, and we are going a timeout here, Hazza, from NJCU, as they look to take a minute to assess what's going wrong, or maybe assess what to do right, what to change up, what to maybe execute differently, because at this moment in time they're given advantages, or at least given opportunities to their opponents, which they'll happily take and eat up. They're eating good, and I mean, they want to continue eating good.
I think something we've seen a couple of times from ESU is not being so willing to commit that Viper's Pit. Actually, it was the last round of their defenders half where they had 5 ultimates available to use, but the pit not invested whatsoever. So perhaps Dark just favouring not to work around it. Be interesting to see when it does get spaced out, and I think that's the most important thing, right? The spacing and the pacing of this comeback from ESU. You've got 3 rounds to work with. Time which you're going to need to make those decisions. Do you commit a big play to keep yourself in it, or could it be saved for a rainy day another time when it's going to come up with more value? NJCU all the while will be building up an alt economy of their own. 3 stabs at it. This will be one of the 2 gun rounds which they'll be able to buy up into. Hopefully not going so far in their court as to be cut close, but by the time it does eventually reach it, if they don't go for anything, they should have all 5 ults available to use as well.
Launching smoke.
Well, there's the first one, Hazza, and it's the one invested by ESU to clear out lamps. Unfortunately, it nets nothing, and they don't even know if there's a player came out of the back of it, as they had no control either. We've somehow seen the sky move up, but look at Greedy Vicus.
Vicus trying to find a kill here, but not good for anything. Swahili doubles up. Spike control now in their hands. Seeker's also invested. Follow-up kill to Raffy Paffy. And Dark does retaliate. We see here that the trademark is down. Trailblazer will look to make its way into the site, but quickly bought out of it by the paint shells. A quick follow-up in through the TP. Dark does trade 2 versus 2. I'll be looking to TP elsewhere. And now NJCU've got to worry about that Viper player that will be haunting their backlines as Johnny Cap gets this spike planted.
Yeah, a couple of bullets shot out. And Johnny Cap has got so much time to go towards the backside and actually plant it for the Viper coming through Dark. And on top of that, Hazza, look at the ultimate that's available.
Yeah, it's the Viper's Pit. But I don't know whether we're going to see it happen. We've already had an orbital strike invested here from ESU. Planted out in the open. By putting down the Viper's Pit, it almost gives NJCU more room to move in on. And as Dark readjusts towards Heaven, the likelihood that we do see it deployed ever diminishing. Sky smokes in towards site, but something that NJCU haven't realised yet is that the spike is planted on the opposite side. This is only going to help the attackers achieve their aims.
Certainly looks as if that could be the case. Oh no, Johnny Cap and Dark cut down those players. And Hazza, this is looking like it's going to be another trampoline effect. Although a couple of players do buy up, it is going to be light shield for them for at least the next round.
Yep. NJCU now with this other chance, right, to maybe take the round. What do you try and invest in it? I don't know. I think Greedy Vikas here is smart, forward thinking, goes for the judge, understands that irrespective of the outcome of the round, that they should be able to get that tour de force online the next time up. But yeah, it's really curious. Essentially, one round here between the chance at overtime.
That's if this round isn't converted. I mean, let's be honest here. While we're thinking ESU essentially have this round in the bag, NJCU have been known to win out Thrifties, and especially when you have an orbital strike, it's more than doable.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to use it or not? We've seen a deep trademark placed on short. This is going to be huge in terms of information. The hit will come in, and we're already going to see that rotate come through from ESU.
Exactly. Greedy Vikas, though, is the first player to get the pick, and they're actually going to get that tour de force online. Although the two players in towards A have been taken out, there's a third one in Showers, waiting for the Viper's wall to drop to get a line of sight, but there's no one to be found. 4 versus 2. The players now all set up and ready for this post plant.
Just holding that angle, waiting for the peak. Cosmisu will greet them. And just like that, it seems as if the welcome mat has been rolled out. Overtime potentially on the cards. NJCU looking unlikely in this situation. Timing is off. Johnny Cap decapitates Swahili. And we will be in a last chance shootout. Either of these teams have an opportunity. And NJCU can close it in regulation. ESU just vying on the chance to go a couple more rounds.
Now has it. Look how spaced out the ultimates have been. Maybe Dark has forgotten that they've actually got X-bind on their keyboard.
Maybe they're using a different keybind. Who knows?
Yeah. Why can't you let me have a moment? Why can you never? Why? I want a divorce.
A divorce? Oh my god! But what are we gonna do with the kids, though, Cairo? I mean,
you've taken that joke too far.
Fair enough. Look, if that's how you want to see it. I mean,
sorry, I'm being rude.
If we have a divorce, who keeps NECC? You know, who's doing the Mondays and who gets the weekends? Do you know what I mean? But
me,
NJCU, player advantage. Orbital strike still online. But so is the Viper's Pit. And actually, all 3 of these attackers are towards one side of the map, and NJCU are completely dominating the other. This is going to be a retake. Viper's Pit's going to go down. Cairo Cast, I'm saying that we're going to be going to overtime. I mean,
we potentially could be going to overtime. The good thing, if you're an NJCU fan, is the fact that there is 2 ultimates. The bad thing is an orbital, a Viper's Pit's just being invested. In terms of counters, I mean, there is obviously, I was about to say, the orbital strike that can easily clear out this site. It is going to be invested as well as the Nightfall. I don't think it caught much of that Viper, it only caught the sky. They're hearing everything going on. It has to be a clutch from Dark. Can they do it? Well, they certainly seem capable, as they already get 1, they get 2. It's a third on the round with 1 more to find. It's all up to Sasha. Can she find it? A woman empowered, a woman looking, and it's not going to be. It's Dark on the woman agent to win it out, and absolutely dances in celebration as we go all the way to overtime.
I knew it was gonna happen, man. I knew it was gonna happen. As soon as the Viper's Pit goes down, it's in towards the retake. They had the Nightfall, but I don't know if there was a Prowler to follow it up. Orbital strike in towards the corner as well. Pretty much everything you could ask for. But Dark finally has invested it, makes good of that investment, and we are tied up at 12-12. Map 3, both teams 0-3. This is their opportunity to get on the score sheet in NECC this fall.
A glass cannon from Greedy Vikas to invest into this round here, which is absolutely sensational, to take that gamble, to risk it all for your first win. I mean, it's
on
like
the
they say. Yeah,
on the attack, no less.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's the saying? Dare to win. I mean, this is certainly a daring chance.
Dare to Win. Isn't that is that
SES.
No, I always thought, is it like Dare to Do or something is Tottenham's one, but they haven't won anything, so I don't think that'll be any advice to try and take away. But look at this. ESU probe in towards the heart, the belly of the beast, and they're going to carve out the spike. Doesn't know that it's on the cards, and Yonbon's got a double. 3 versus 3. Cosmisa from the backline also gets punched out. Right now, NJCU, it's like they're fighting their way out of a wet paper bag. Every bit of offense that's put towards them is fought against, back against the wall, but finally look to go on the front foot and head towards B.
Yeah, they do, but look who's waiting. Look who is waiting. Raffy Paffy with an eye on Phantom, 1 away from the Tour de Force. I mean, I don't think the ultimate really matters at this point in time, but I'll tell you what, this flank does in the space that they've taken away from these attackers. They walk straight in towards Slick, unbeknownst to them. The Prowler comes through, and now it's all up to one player.
Oh, and ESU find it. The comeback creeping through. 5 rounds in a row now, made a 6th in overtime. And they have a final opportunity to close out this game. You have to also remember, the majority of the rounds that they picked up on the previous half were from the attack. So this is the conditioning that they've already laid out. NJCU struggling to deal with those issues that have been pressured. And now the question is asked of them once more.
Yeah, NJCU now have to take another timeout. I mean, what, the second time in 3 or 4 rounds? The pressure must be piling, Hazard. They must be feeling it. As ESU Warriors go on to what you could only argue is their most favoured side. Realistically here, this is the side that they did the most damage to their opponents. And on top of that, I just wanted to talk about Dark on NJCU. They, no, not on NJCU, on ESU. They have dropped 31 kills, and the closest is 16.
Yeah. It's certainly leading the way for their squad. Head and shoulders above what we've seen from anyone else. And it's exactly similar to what we saw on the previous map, actually, on Breeze. I believe it was Raffy Paffy leading the charge in that regard. And Cosmisu, who was at the bottom, and I think they only had like 6 kills at that point in time. Whereas NJCU, a lot more well-rounded in terms of the frags that they were picking up. So I think it's about being that more consistent unit. Dark right now, a dark horse which could be carrying the Warriors to their first win.
Certainly seems like it. Now, a nice haunt to come through. Straight away shot out, so that's about the only bit of information which will be gained for the side of NJCU. It looks as if it is going to be as quick as possible ultimate on towards B.
Yeah, so much push through showers that they've completely cleaned all of this out. The rotate will start to come in. The choke not yet broken. But the question is, how are these fights going to start to go? NJCU need kills here, because if they give up any more control, then ESU are going to be heading all the way towards that first inaugural win. A flank coming in, but so much space that they've given themselves means that it's an entirely isolated fight that Sasha has to try and take from this position in spawn.
Oh no, NJCU have fought back here, Hazard. And they're certainly looking to take this out. 2 players remain, and they're in towards, well, defender spawn positions, in towards elbow. Johnny Cap can't heal themselves, and they've given up the spike. NJCU, oh no way have they let this happen. Dark, what?
Unable to hit the shots. The player we spoke so much about, sung their praise, can't do it. I think it's unfair to put it entirely on that one player, but it certainly seems to be that way at this point in time. The rest of their teammates, yeah, they have a few kills and there is a bit of a gap between them, but it's not just that. It's the fact that they're all going neg. Dark is going positive and almost has a 2 KD in this situation as well. NJCU wants more, a bit more evenly spread, but I mean, this is just ridiculous. We go again.
Once again, into the fire and flames of overtime, has a situation which no one wants to find themselves in. I mean, even I'll be honest, even when I'm in my comp games, I feel the pressure piling up.
Are you the kind of guy that votes draw?
No, definitely not.
No. Okay.
Come on.
Well, look. At least we can say that then. Paint Shell Sue to the corner where Slick resides has to use one of those blast packs to make their way out. Still at 5 versus 5. No players yet to drop. Lamps control in the hands of ESU, and Dark will make good of it. Dissimilar to the elbow control that they had in post plant last time around from the defender's side, they make good of it. A bit of leg wear, a bit of leg room for them to squeeze on out. As those sky smokes do expire, so too will the health bars of those players. Only Sasha left in the corner to clutch, and she cannot do it. ESU take the advantage once more.
It feels as if it's a battle of the what does that usually say? Clash of the I was just about to say Clash of Clans.
Clash of Clans.
Oh my god!
What are you
Clash
trying
of
to
the
say, mate?
I was trying to say Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
But again, tripping over my words. Once again, I think this is the last overtime we'll ever see in overtime, because ESU, with the way that they with the way that overtimes work, you get one extra in overtime, and that's it.
Yeah. Not gonna be causing us any more issues, any more stall to be had, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really nice retake. Dark held onto that position in Lamps, used the snake bite, players ran through it, sprayed them down, and it just gave that little bit of extra room. They could make the retake happen. I think one of the main issues with their attacking side last time, which is what we're looking towards now, is that in the post plant, yeah, they were able to give some space towards elbow, but they conceded so much room elsewhere that it made it incredibly difficult for them to do anything else, and it left players isolated in those positions. A more well-rounded approach perhaps required, or just that extra step then to fight defenders spawn as a 2 and try to take out Sasha from that spot. They have the advantage once more though, Warriors, and will be looking to take away the rest of the letters and just make it a dub.
Yeah. Now, Hazza, we continue forward. Once again, can NJCU somehow clutch this out? No gambles, no glass cannons, only 5 rifles versus 5 rifles, and here comes our first engagement.
We've seen Justin take this pick on a number of occasions, not always winning it out, but on this time around, they're able to do it. NJCU draw first blood, and they're happy to back away. ESU incredibly slow. We can go into golf commentary mode if you want, because nothing's happening right now. But as I say that, it may be a full-fledged battle. Johnny straight into the site and takes a kill in response.
Oh no, Greedy Vicus somehow gets back on towards this. As I say that though, Johnny does come back, and it just felt as if for a minute NJCU might have been able to really go forward. Johnny Cap though with a lovely Seekers just to identify where this full push is coming from, and look at the utility they've used to clear out this site.
Yeah, and the flash comes through, doesn't detect anything, still players in towards elbow. But what idea do NJCU have about this? They're just going to start to get on the spike. How do ESU possibly contend from this position? It hinges on Cosmisu going up big, but they're only able to find one. And Stasha is sicking it. Nobody's going to challenge. 14-14. And these teams are inseparable after 28 rounds.
This is unreal, Hazza. This is fantastic. We are now heading into a third round of overtime. And we can't.
Mate.
Both teams cannot be separated.
They certainly can't. I mean, us as the UK duo, the call time's pushed back a little bit further. We get the slightly later game.
Yeah.
Play the first 2 maps. I think it's fair to say that NJCU, with the lead they had on Breeze, has somewhat bottled it. Brings us to the third, and then we get treated to overtime. ESU mount a comeback. You couldn't write it any different, but here we are, nevertheless, delivering the content. It is our sworn duty as casters to do so.
Yes.
And NJCU
Fantastic.
look to kick things off with a fast B execute.
Yeah. Some people may argue that at this moment in time, you may be sent in towards Delirium, but these two teams, well, they're holding fast. No Delirium to be had, just pure and key decision makings on, well, I guess you could say their defensive sides. The attacking side, you could put a big question mark on. Their coach is helpless to what's been going on here, as there's no more breaks for these coaches. They have to sit watch and wonder what is going through their players' heads.
It's a fist fight. The gloves are off at this point in time. Both of these teams bloody, battered, bruised, and well, will be feeling a bit abused with the hours that they've had to stick out here in this series just to get anything from it. Like squeezing blood from a stone, whoever's on the losing side will feel hard done by, irrespective of the outcome. Already, trades have been made, 4 versus 4. Dark looking to challenge Lamps. They found it with success last time in overtime, but this time around, there are players even closer up and ready to trade.
I always find it funny when I see two players standing right beside each other again. It's the defensive side to strike first, and this post-plant, well, I guess post-plant now, they deny the orbital strike, which is huge for ESU. Can they continue this? Can they continue forward? Oh my goodness, they begin the defuse, and there's only one player left, it's Jean Bon, and Slick flicks straight on towards the head. Questions to be called on whether they're using third-party software, but all I know is that looking towards finally winning it out on the third round of overtime.
Slick flicks and is looking sick so far in this game, making a name for themselves alongside Dark at the top of the scoreboard. ESU, for the third time in a row, have found themselves in an advantage. Both of these teams lost at the third time of asking coming into their fourth game, and now it's the 30th round. And still, they are inseparable. We'll have to see how this one goes.
Fantastic. Despite now starting outside of shot, the two players on the site obviously know there's something going on. That's a lovely combination of utility. Unfortunately, only gets chip damage onto a couple, I believe, and they are going to just be topped up, has it? Just to make sure. But let's watch the other side of the map and just look at how they're closing in.
This is the second time that we've seen now proactive control being taken on the extremities. Last time around it was Showers. This time it is outside towards Fountain. Sasha still alive from this position, will be able to take down Slick. There's an advantage. Dark swings back. The flanker becomes the flanked. But there's another flank coming in, and they'll need to be aware of this ESU if they want to seal out the round. Greedy Viker's already causing problems.
There's problems to be caused here, although that is a lovely double guiding like Greedy Vikus fights back, fights the brim, and my goodness gracious me, it's turned into a 2 versus 2. The information on the players and Lamps has been found. Greedy Vikus low on HP, and ESU win it out, and our third round of overtime has they finally do it, they finally send us in towards their first win.
Oh, you're getting a bit sweaty there, wiping the brow after this ridiculous series. 30 rounds of bind. We hadn't had this decider map crop up too many times, so we got spoilt on this occasion, Kyrocast. We had plenty to dig our teeth into, and I mean, what a series it ended up being. Congratulations to ESU Warriors for getting their first win of the season, but commiserations to NCGU, because I mean, they put up a real fight here to make that reverse sweep nearly happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's been great. Well, are you feeling it? Has it? Oh, it seems as if we're getting chucked off for some reason. For some reason, they're trying to get rid of us. I'm sorry, guys, but we're going to have to go for a quick break and get the other casters in. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, it's been a blast of the time, right? We've still enjoyed it. Disconnects from me aside, the amount of rounds that this ended up dragging on, it was absolutely ridiculous. But I've enjoyed every single moment of it.
Yes.
Despite it's a bittersweet feeling coming out of this series.
Yeah.
But thanks to everyone in the background as well for helping keep things running smoothly. We will be off your hands now. No more issues for us to cause, and we can move on to the next series, which has been eagerly waiting for this one to conclude. That's all from me and Cairo for this Monday night. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.
And welcome back to the final match of the night, and we're closing things out with some heat. It's the Champions Division in the Northeast. We've got Ontario Tech. We've got the St. Clair Saints. They're going to duel it out in the best of 3 to end the 3 series. And we had across these channels. But before we get into it, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Los, joined by Vincent. And Vincent, a little late, but are you feeling the energy and excitement for this matchup?
Man, the energy is going up to 11, and I'm feeling ready. I'm prepared, and the cool thing is, I mean, this is our second time seeing this OTSU team in the last couple of weeks. We had the opportunity to see them in another collegiate league just a few weeks back, and I'm excited to see what the Saints have to offer as well. And why don't we just go ahead and get it started? OTSU, let's introduce them on this side. It's Saint, Asian Man Rice, Flowery, Nurture, and Scott Flyboy. We saw a whole lot of good stuff from this squad when we saw them last week. They held their opponents to just 8 rounds between 2 maps, a dominant showing. We'll see if they can continue that, but let's flip the script over to the Saints, Los.
Yeah, over here for St. Clair, we've got Mzuu, 4-tapping, Kiyu, Casper, and Scrubby. Now, this is a pretty solid squad so far within this division. They're 2-1, and looking at their opponents, things aren't exactly how they'd be hoping their season is. St. Clair Saints at the top area of this leaderboard, while OTSU Esports Royale currently 0-3 through this season. So not what they were hoping for, but this is still early on. There's time to turn things around. But I believe that going on to this first map, I believe actually we're ready to jump into the map soon enough, but I believe let's take a look at what pools are ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, taking a peek at how the veto went down, we're headed to Ascent, and then it will be Bind, and I'm excited if we do get to a third map, it will be Pearl, which is going to be a fun time as well. But, you know, I got a lot of faith in this OTSU roster on Ascent. We saw them play this map last week, and they were dominant, to say the least, but we're getting into Agent Select, and I got to keep it a buck. St. Clair Saints, they're walking into this with a 2-1 record, whereas OTSU, they've yet to take a win here in the NECC Champions Northeast Division, so they're looking for their maiden victory.
Yeah, no, it is definitely a little tough for them going forward, and not only have they been unable to take a series, they've been unable to take a map so far. So this is going to be their first attempt at correcting that record. I'm wondering if it's going to be a good start, a hot start for them. It's their pick here on Ascent. Now, I've got high hopes based off what we've seen in the past, but the past is the past, and it's a completely different league. Time to show up and show out on Ascent. But what I want to talk about is the initial lineup here from St. Clair. And we haven't got to talk about those players individually, but I know that tapping is a very large threat for the squad. Especially when they get activated, they will usually top the leaderboards, and their utility usage will net them so many assists, like a minimum, I would say, of 10. At least that's what I'm expecting from 4-tap.
Expectations set in there for us on the booth, but yeah, St. Clair are going to be looking to confirm this game, this series. It would give them a third series win on the season, and put them in a pretty darn good spot at that. What I will say for OTSU is that, you know, I mentioned they have yet to take a victory. They've all been very close maps. I mean, we're talking not losing by more than a factor of 5 rounds is what we've seen from OTSU. So whenever they have been getting those losses, they have been pushing their opponents to the limits, including some overtime. So we're getting underway here. It's going to be St. Clair on the defense, OTSU on the offense, and I think we saw a lot of this from them in our game before. Mid-control as they push forward, take market, and look towards this B hit.
Laid-back defense. 2 players sitting inside the back of B, waiting for its cue to make the first mark and a good shot. And to follow up with a second, waiting for the last 2 to jump into the site. And Scott Flyboy will be able to land the shots, but not after Q decimates them with a 3K.
Nicely done. You love to see Caillou down there in the back of Boathouse applying some pressure with those shock darts, really making sure that the attack is split up just a little bit. And in addition to that, I think that we can look forward to the crispiness of those headshots as well, doing some good work. And interesting decision here from OTSU. They've elected to go for the timeout a little early on, just after this first round. I'm wondering if something might be going on.
Yeah, honestly, we've talked about how early timeouts are good for breaking the pace and stopping a steamroll from occurring, but this has got to be the earliest timeout I've ever seen. Maybe better early than late. I guess we could look into this
It's
situation.
round 2, Los. It's round 2. Come on. I don't know, man.
No,
It's a bit early for sure.
A huge anti-force strategy going on right now.
Yeah, I think probably just some sort of issue, if I'm being honest, or maybe just something was noticed by the coaching staff over there really early on, and they needed to mention it. I mean, it's always possible, I guess. Either way, regardless of the thought process on that one, it's over now. It looks like OTSU pretty much on the save. I mean, Nurture has a Sheriff, but everybody else working with classics.
Oh, Sheriff, unable to land the mark, but that was also, I believe, through that nebula. I'm not exactly sure, but that was, a wonderful shot. Maybe more to follow up. It does come through. Another cloud just to keep things safe for NJCU, but I don't know if anyone's going to push that. Actually, all three of them will.
Taking some time, holding, looking to dash out if need be, but that's not necessary. NJCU, quick and fast, a quad kill there, pushing up to 5-0 on the scoreboard. St. Clair, they're already out to a commanding start of this match.
Wouldn't be surprised if after this round it's an immediate jump to the op going on round 4. But as it stands, Nurture will have to take a big of a hit in terms of those shields because of that commitment to the Sheriff, which did not net much. But now with rifles in hand, a lot more players again toward B seems to be their favorite spot. Maybe they could find some cracks in the armor.
I'm going to go back to the point I made before. OTSU, big fans of taking this mid control. Now they've got a player in market to worry about, but that's not a worry for long.
Great shot, says they're able to clear things out. Only one more. It's Caillou, but Caillou can't stand a chance here, as this has been an excellent take on the B side.
I mean, talk about aggression, right? Down mid, just instantaneously taking the time to find the entries, and it seemed like just a blink of an eye before Ontario Technical were able to put themselves onto the site. I think the goal here for St. Clair is just going to be getting some exits. They really don't have a real good chance of winning this, especially not with Spectres, but kills, those would be great.
Absolutely, and with all 5 players stuck inside the site, you might be able to do something even greater by having them all taken down by the spike explosion. Doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. 4 tapping, swinging into all 5 of their opponents.
That's a bit rough, isn't it?
I'm pressing F over here.
Yeah, not ideal. Well, the F button working out for St. Clair as they got the buy back, and you called it, man. Los on the ball with the guesses tonight. It's the operator. Straight out into the hands of NJCU. And, I mean, based on that performance with the Marshall we saw in round 2, I guess that's fair enough, hey?
Right? Honestly. Beautiful performance in the beginning, but that was with a forced round. However, you're basically playing against that forced round when you have the same amount of body shots can get you that victory. The double prowler, my god, they're hungry. But they may be able to feast as they move through pizza. 3 players waiting to defend B.
Ooh, Flowery holding for the lurk there, but unfortunately going down to the secondary player, and the Blade Storm for NJCU is denied. Lots of damage no longer in this one as Nurture goes ham on the site for a double.
Beautiful. Scrubby, they may be able to survive because it's a long rotation. You have some resistance. It's four-tapping. Unable to land the shot. There's too much resistance. Saint taking them down. It's a 3-on-1. But I think if they're quick enough, but I don't think Scrubby wants to be that hasty. They can try and race against OTSU to stop them from getting in too dug in for this post-plant scenario.
I love how the Saints had the advantage there initially, and it's Nurture that brings it back, denies the ridiculousness of that push through towards spawn. Gets away with it. But, that bot, if it were to have found anybody, there's some low HP bars. Two players just down to about one shot, but they're not peeking, not giving any info.
Oh, great angle held by Nurture. Another 3K. Rolling on through, equalizing things up, and now it seemed that St. Clair was in a big advantage. They had the big money. They had the operator in hand. The script has indeed been flipped. Sheriffs and a stinger across the board in big-time favor over here for OTSU. But I do want to point out that round comes through because I believe it was Scott Flyboy was holding that flank, able to take down at least one to give that information that you have an option to fall back. It was Flowery.
Yeah. Great point. OTSU do a good job of that in general. Here comes the Blades, though.
Last time we saw this, not too successful, and it is 2 rounds in a row where the Blades miss their mark. Scrubby utilizing that Sheriff, but doesn't even realize that right around the corner, it's Flowery picking up a double, but the second they go in for more, it's NJCU. There with the Sheriff, with the Marshal. There's a new Marshal in town.
I don't think so.
Timing there for Asian Man Rice is good for Caillou to fall, but Crossfire, this is so difficult to dissuade. Spike in position, the 0 point, gonna deny any further information or utility, and NJCU to clean up the round. I'm excited, Los. We saw a dominant game earlier tonight, you and I on the A stream. This is shaping up to be a very, very competitive matchup.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait. The back and forth, the banter between these two teams. It's like a dance, and everyone knows the step. Looking at this next one, it'll be even footing. Rifles across the board, no ops in sight. The only real ults that you have on the table is going to be the Hunter's Fury. Sure, you could get some orbs in play. Everyone's on the cusp of bringing their own ultimate.
See what happens. There's one of those ultimates. Got the Hunter's Fury for Caillou. And this is, what I like to call the fishing Hunter's Fury. And in fairness, he has, snagged a little bit there with his bait. Taking a little bit of damage off of some opposition.
Not a bad shot at all. As long as he gets some information, that's what you could walk away with. But here is Saint with the Nightfall. And there is a juicy ultimate waiting to hit inside of Garden, but most likely won't send it in that... Okay, oh my god, it was sent in that direction. Follow it up with the attack. Scott Flyboy and Nurture hoping to break on through, but NJCU has the perfect location. But even so, they've turned it. It's whittled down into a 3-on-2. You still have the KO. No chance of being revived. Scott Flyboy only there to serve as information.
Plant going down from now, but NJCU, such a stalwart figure, and that ultimate finally done and dusted. Asian Man Rice, the timing on the swing is perfect.
Beautiful shots through the smoke, but it's a 1v1 Asian Man Rice with the 4K.
What a crazy amount of work done with just the Headhunter as well. Swings out 2 of those frags with that Headhunter. And Asian Man Rice, another one to talk about for this OTSU squad. Dominating consistently and having so much success in that last round. He's now got the Tour de Force as well to work with as a possibility. But if you look at the other side, the Saints, the back and forth nature of the win, the loss, right after one another, their money is in a bit of a rut. Yeah, they have this star rifle picked up, but it might not be doing anything.
Nurture knows MZU is there, but they have to continue to fight Jello, and they will continue sending out those swings in hopes that they could walk out with a favorable trade. In the end, they have been able to secure a rifle for Caillou in this last moment, but it's all headed over to A. Starts off with this long-range fight, and Asian Man Rice closes it down.
This has immediately gotten very exciting, Los. We are into what is only the 8th round of this game, and it's been back and forth all the way, but this is a real opportunity for the Saints to stand their ground and really say what they are and show that they are able to stand tall. You can see the operator back up for MZU, and that's going to go over towards the catwalk. We saw that successful for the Marshal in the early rounds. We've yet to see him here with the operator. So here we go.
Wow. Nice shot, expecting to take at least a little bit of fear in the hearts of the attackers, but this is another move up through mid. Prowler not going to land the mark, and a beautiful one tap from Jello. Follow it up. You have the potential firepower in the flank from Market, but it's not necessary as Caillou able to hold things down by themselves. The last two players are stuck in B main without much information or much ground to take.
So much space, though. These two players, the tour de force could be pulled, but it's hard to know now's the right time to utilize it. But Flowery getting this kill, that might be the right timing. And rotation away as the Nebulas go down to allow Flowery to cover off the mid area. Oh, but it's a little bit off. Flowery spotted out, and they know the Saints are aware of this A rotate. The spike should be able to go down, Lawson. Then comes the real difficulty because the null command alongside the lockdown are both ready to go.
They've got nothing to challenge it either.
Teleport's ready.
No explosives to destroy it. However, Asian Man Rice maybe playing in this position to be aggressive where it's not needed to bring out a piece of utility when you're just playing with your body, hiding behind the dice. They are hit with this no command. It's all a game of peeking with your teammate. Flowery good for one, and Asian Man Rice on the trade.
Once again, Asian Man Rice looking to bail out the team from a big round. They take the victory. The trades are perfect, and that aggression from Asian Man Rice initially to take that fight. He knows that he has to do something in order to thin those numbers. A 3 versus 2, the numbers just don't add up. And I'm no mathematician, but you trade that out, and suddenly Saints are winning a round. Instead, the aggression from Asian Man Rice allows OTSU to pick up the advantage, or at least equalize things and play the trades a little bit more efficiently. He even gets out with his life, but big round ending in OTSU victory. It's now aggression for MZU.
This is a high risk. Not much reward so far. MZU only taking a few bullets to the legs. They'll have to back off, but it'll also face some difficulty as the push comes in through Garden. But regardless, it's actually successful for St. Clair's.
Quick trade there on MZU is solid, but OTSU still working from a deficit. And here's where that lockdown can really come to fruition. Not only that, but the Cosmic Divide could go out and cut off the players over towards Long. All of that, though, might be stopped by Asian Man Rice. The timing on this lurk could change everything.
They've got an idea, because you've got 4 tapping waiting for that exact play. They've cut off the real help coming from mid, and that signals the end. It gives them more confidence to take these fights on site directly. And those St. Clair's started with a major disadvantage in terms of only running sheriffs for this round. They come out on top and they upgrade those guns.
But it's not only that, right? It's the fact that the trades come through in order to effectively gain the advantage off of MZU's 1-for-1 with the Blade Storm. The other side of that is, I didn't see, it was 4-tapping who got the kill, was waiting for that lurk from Asian Man Rice. That is such a heads-up maneuver. That round goes differently. If Asian Man Rice can destroy that lockdown, or even just get 1, maybe 2 kills out of the lurk. Instead, 4-tapping, prepped and ready, stops it before it can even become a problem.
Let's play.
And that speaks to the awareness that we see from St. Clair's. They haven't had that presence from Asian Man. They had to think, where is he? It must be a flank. But now we've got a serious duel up with the snipers. NJCU doesn't want to take the fight because they're running out of time with that tailwind. They'll give it up. They don't want to make any rash decisions, and rightfully so, as this play will get a little slow while the Nebula chills out.
Initial attempt at the opening pick, not so successful, but here we go. Second attempt, a little bit more so potentially, as Asian Man Rice is going to walk right into the crosshairs of NJCU. And that duel with the Tour de Force denied. Here comes the Cosmic Divide for the B hit. Whoa!
Scrubby not allowing that to take place, and able
What?
to stop
No!
a second,
No!
a third, maybe. Oh my God, Scrubby from the staircase. Certainly not a scrub today.
Holy hell, this guy just popped off. Stunned? No problem. Just shoot him in the head, Los. I'll have to apply that in my ranked games. It's just that easy if you're Scrubby. I guess I gotta rename myself or some such. This is impressive to say the least. The triple kill and denies the entirety of that push by OTSU. You couldn't have played it better in any way.
Think about how much was committed there. Not even the money. 4 ultimates were used by OTSU, and they gained nothing out of it.
Yeah, big denial from NJCU to start, and that just is a huge beginning to what's put to bed eventually by the Killjoy Scrubby. But back into this next round, not a lot to work with. It's just the Nightfall here for OTSU. They don't have a ton, and look at how passive they are. Just holding, waiting, hoping that somebody's going to be getting aggressive. Saints, they're not giving it up. They're not interested. They know that they've just won a very critical round, and giving up opening picks is not how you take advantage of that and push your advantage to the limits.
It's such a tiny angle we're seeing from NJCU, but I think it might be too small. Of course, you're waiting for someone to walk up catwalk. Oh, but you got information. You see the bun from your opposing jet. It's Nurture. They want to take this position. The Nightfall will make it that much more doable, but both angles by Jello and NJCU respectfully, they will not let that go.
Player standing.
Oh, Jello with a triple kill there, stopping the onslaught and continuing to hold strong. The Nebula in towards A main just makes it difficult for Flowery to be the second prong of this attack, and ultimately St. Clair taking a big round here if they can convert. 13 seconds remain, and some shots connecting.
Okay.
Oh no, Flowery might make this work. Needs to get this spike planted though. There's not enough time. They're gonna commit the Owl drone, and the commitment as well from NJCU. The right decision being made there. One with the Owl drone, and NJCU basically sacrificing their body potentially to deny the plant.
That was a crazy final play there. Almost able to secure a plant, but just some amazing gunplay that we're seeing from both teams here today. On a set, it feels like time has flown by. I can't believe we're already at the final round of the first half.
I mean, that's what happens when we're watching good Valorant. That's why we love the game. I mean, this is exactly what we're here for, Los. And look at what I see. We're gonna get a rush straight up. OTSU, they've not done this sort of pace before.
Setting out with a flash drive, but a self-hit. The fragment also trying to deny the rush, but it won't be given. 4-tap and get some damage over onto Nurture, but it won't be enough. Looking to get the shot through. They do catch a jumping Jello, but not before they secure a kill of their own. 3v4 for the retake, but 2 players are in dire need of assistance.
I think the worst part of this is that both the ultimates here for the Saints are no longer in the round. The Note Command is a non-factor. And as well, the Cosmic Divide. They got to push. The HP could be the advantage. 2 players low as the 0 point goes up wide to find all 3.
They know exactly where Scott Flyboy is going to be, but now Nurture facing off against an Odin. There's no possible way you could overcome those bullets, but Flowery, nice and healthy at range with the Vandal, keeps it cool and makes it an even 6-6 half.
Oh, man. Like I said, what a game we have on our hands, Los. 6-6, and it's as if everyone is firing on all cylinders here. But let me just kind of back things up. I think as a whole, the attack there from OTSU, pretty darn solid. They had a really good read of when to get aggressive, when to play a little bit more passive. That being said, they did struggle with some of those post-plant scenarios when they were down a player or, well, whenever they didn't have the advantage. But as we flop things over to the CT, and I mean, I gotta say, this OTSU squad, the more I see of them, the more I enjoy watching them.
Without a doubt. And luckily, this is only the first in a very exciting series. Taking things off in the second pistol. Flowery is in a desperate situation, knowing exactly where they are. There's no chance of escape. However, Scott Flatboy with a nice headshot on the Ghost. Looking for more, but it will not be granted. The firing squad coming out of this fiery team of St. Clair are able to take on A-Site.
Trying to use the dash effectively in order to get back into that site, but the retake going to be difficult. There is a haunt more than likely in, well, 20 seconds, so maybe not the time. And well, Saints down, and it's not going to matter as it is. Saints taking that first pistol round and taking the lead.
Only with one casualty to mention. A very nice attack indeed. And I think it comes from just playing together, creating those forced angles that OTSU was never able to find a favorable position, able to walk out with a 1-for-1 or keep their trades consistent. And that's what I like from St. Clair's, is that they are playing tight.
They're absolutely playing a very good game. St. Clair, let's see what they have to offer here in this round. It's looking like a pretty one-dimensional one. They are working with a significant advantage, so straight up run it A. Let's see how it works.
Able to potentially take one down. It is Flowery removing a Spectre from the hands of their opponents, but NJCU wants to get aggressive and ensure nobody has this heaven position. This may end up costing them in the long run if they stick around too long, and as I say that, they reposition to keep themselves safe and play with the team.
Not a lot left here, though, for the retake. I mean, pretty much classics for everyone, and that's what's going to make it difficult to overcome. NJCU continuing to dominate, 19-7 at the moment. Farming up a couple of eco frags just to pad them stats. It's the Saints picking up the round and winning up that anti-eco with limited losses as well. So this is a pretty important round for OTSU. They need to win it, and they need to win it cleanly if they're going to continue to make this a very even game.
Yeah, and they don't even have that much money going into this round. Even Saint will have to walk through with a Spectre, Asian Man Rice with only half the shield. So this is still a delicate scenario for them to navigate.
Must have been a little bit of economic mismanagement for Saint not to have the cash flow, but I like this aggression. Defensive aggression is a big deal on this map. Nurture. Nice trade. You might want to just get out while he's ahead.
Yeah, smart move after being tagged from that owl drone. It's good 1-for-1, but they have been played by that before. Their own over-aggression was a point of success for OTSU, now getting a taste of their own medicine. But this now has 4 players in B lobby, but I don't think this will be their final destination. Looking toward mid for a new rotation.
Yeah, they moved over to tiles here, and they're just kind of poking and prodding. But look, Los, if you look at the time, I mean, 50 seconds. It's about now that you're going to have to make the decision of where you want to go so that you have enough time to actually set up the take and push yourself forward. Where's that 0 point? Okay, that 0 point thrown on the exit from the KO. It's going to give over some false information.
30 seconds
potentially this will be a B take, and same thing with that recon bolt. There's a lot of information given over to OTSU that this is going to actually be B, but instead it's A.
Now earlier Asher took away those stars. Flowery, expecting it to be in another location, removed the defensive utility, so now they can walk on for free. There is nothing to stop them. Sure, there's utility now, but it's all too little too late. Caillou getting a bit aggressive, and even Scrubby with the Spec, they're able to make it happen.
St. Clair just pulled an absolute brilliant round out of the hat there. Los, let me tell you, all of the information given to this OTSU squad on the defense was all B all the time. There was the early information, the early trade, right? That recon bolt, the 0 point. Everything pointed to a B hit. Only it comes out A, the dash into the site, and they have a stranglehold on that site by the time OTSU gets there for the retake. That is just about as perfect as you could pull off a fake. And look at what they're going to do in response. They're just going to run it down B.
There's not much to stop them. Sure, Nurture with a good shot on the Sheriff, but that'll be it. A potential Prowler to slow them down, but that is unlikely. Saint looking for more blood.
What?
I don't even know how that happened. A beautiful wall bang.
That was ridiculous. Jello had no information, at least that I was aware of, as NJCU falls back. I mean, OTSU, it's not like they had a lot to work with in this round, but now down by a one-man disadvantage, you have to wonder what else could they find.
We've seen a situation similar where St. Clair's back in the defense could only hope to contain them, keep them inside the site. But no, they want to go for a move. Scott Flyboy with a kill, but they aren't expecting, or maybe they did, but couldn't comprehend the massive resistance and a 4K from Jello.
Man, Jello collecting a few of them eco frags, but man, did they look pretty. Talk about quick and precise. OTSU starting to fall behind here. That's a little bit worrying as well. And this is the round where I think that you start to think, okay, the St. Clair Saints are going to be walking away with map number 1, or OTSU are going to continue to make a potential comeback, because this round, this is for all of it. Asian Man Rice has an op. All of the rifles are online. And OTSU working with it all.
I'm having a hard time telling what they're working with that Prowler deafen, but no one on site to be hit with that 0 point. The Cosmic Divide cutting off all information, any idea from OTSU. They have to sit and wait for this plant, and wait for their utility to be placed, because everything has been blown by St. Clair's.
With all that being said, though, there's a already potential foot in the door here on the site with Nurture moving forward with this dash. Has an idea where Kayu's at. It's taking him down. Now the man advantage and the Blade Storm as well on the cards.
More tapping right inside of the Nebula, and it's huge! No longer a position on the Speedway, and Nurture eventually will be gunned down. No more support from the rest of the site, and in a matter of seconds, OTSU crumbles.
I gotta say, I'm glad to see this timeout. I think I would have liked to see it last round, because let's keep it a buck. Saint not performing like we would expect from OTSU, really struggling to have the impact. But the other thing to note as well is Asian Man Rice started this game out so hot, allowed OTSU to get out to that early lead as well. But now that it's just not been the case in the last half of this game. It's just so unfortunate. But Asian Man Rice, if he can step up to the plate, maybe make some moves around like this with the Headhunter, where you're probably not working with too much, it's the perfect time to see that happen.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't seen too much activity from the Headhunter when it comes to those eco rounds, but the Headhunter can be quite costly these days. Now it has been increased in price, but otherwise, there's not much for them to work with. I'm curious to see what their buy will be, what their economic situation going into this upcoming round is looking like. They've got some money. They can put some rifles on.
Ooh, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, especially if Nurture has the blades.
I mean, maybe the idea is that Nurture's going to go with the blades in the gun round next, but Flowery's investing too. This is very weird. I'm not sure that I'm quite understanding the thought process here from OTSU. But they've discussed it. They clearly feel strongly, and Nurture is getting aggressive.
This is a massive gamble, and it's not going to pay off. Look at the mini-map. St. Clair's is all over A site like a swarm of ants. They've taken it with ease. No resistance, but now that they do have it, it's Nurture actually securing shots. The pinch is secured. Only 3 players on the site, And now it's like a reverse attack.
That's absolutely right. The Blade Storm's still potentially active. They could pull that, and the Null Command is there too. Nurture still farming up these frags.
We didn't believe now. Dashing on site with the Cloud Burst, but Jello, they are a force. They will not give in. A 3K to stop the flank and secure the map point.
It feels like if you're going to commit to that buy, you need to commit everyone. If they had the full weaponry purchase, they could have won that round, or even maybe decided to commit the Null Command or the Blade Storm, or even both at that point. But it seems like OTSU were uncommitted to the fight at hand. Fortunately, Flowery is going to have plenty of cash to buy back into this round. Not so much the case for Nurture, who's going to be working with the Blade Storm. But hey, maybe that can be the difference maker. Blades versus Blades, an anime battle here at B.
That's what you'll love to hear. Comic-Con just went on, so they're doing it in homage, but this is going to be a heavy utility to try and lock things down, try and prevent this lockdown from getting the true value. And it does actually do its job. That Null Command forces them to come through without having any post-plant utility, keeping themselves safe. But regardless, both players on site and the spike is planted.
Cosmic Divide going to go for back Boathouse. The Nightfall keeps everyone blind, confused. The right click, trying desperately. It's In's Uwu along for 4 tapping. He's left alone. 1 on 3. Excuse me, no. Where did he go? In the back of Boathouse. 4 tapping. No bullets to work with. The defuse already begun, but it's denied, and 4 tapping has to go for the reload. How is he still alive? No commitment, and 4 tapping has pulled it off. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, 4 tapping able to take that one down. What a beautiful clutch. I mentioned them in the beginning that they're going to be a player to watch. Not really the highlight, the topping of the leaderboards in this map, but to close things out with an incredible delay and winning the map. Oh, what a beautiful piece de resistance. Really a great show by St. Clair's here on Ascent.
I just cannot believe that 4 tapping got away with that. Just a bit of a blunder, if I'm being completely honest, by this OTSU squad. There's been some really good moments from them, but I think that there was a few things that just kind of were in my head thinking, okay, well, this doesn't quite make sense for me. And man, did St. Clair take advantage of those 4 tapping, taking advantage of the fact that no one wanted to fight him back Boathouse. They just decided to leave him behind the Cosmic Divide, and boy, was that a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, the gamble that was taken there certainly did not pay off. And, I mean, even in the round prior, it was quite a major gamble with that investment and sending so many players to get aggressive into the attacker spawn, leaving A wide open. I mean, it did almost find success, but taking those risks, not really paying off. It seems like a consistent issue that we're seeing with OTSU, but it's only beginning, and they have put on quite a good show. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do in Map 2, which we're going to check out right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant continues after this. And welcome back to NECC Valorant. We're in the Champions Division, and we are still here rocking it in the series. We're about to jump into Map 2. It's OTSU versus St. Clair's, and St. Clair's took Map 1 on Ascent 13-6, convincing fashion, and they're looking hot. Well, let's see if they can keep up that hot streak going into Bind.
I mean, listen, the Saints, they were doing all right, on the first half, right? The defense, they did, they were okay, I guess. We ended 6-6. Unfortunately for OTSU, that's all the rounds that they were able to find. Once we saw the Saints over on the attacker side, it was a different story. And, well, Bind is their map pick as well. They're going to get to start on the defense, though, so maybe we'll see the continuation of the defense being a little bit more competitive for OTSU, or maybe it'll be the opposite, as this is the Saints map pick. Regardless of the outcome, we're already seeing some differentiation, as we would tend to expect. Ascent, Bind, very different in what you would see on the age selections, and we're seeing that here. We've already got a Nurture on the Raze. No Jet to speak of here.
No, definitely not, but there's still some verticality, some high mobility when we're looking at NJCU and Nurture having those blast packs, able to give themselves some vertical advantage, get those crazy angles. And I want to talk about those two players specifically. They are going to be the major threats to each opposing squad. NJCU came out with 6 first bloods in the previous map, but not to be outdone. I mean, still keeping themselves in contention. Nurture also brought out 4, even though they had those struggling moments. These are 2 players that you got to be on the lookout for if you're on either team.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. The other thing that I want to point out is that Saint has moved away from the Fade and on to the Sova here. I think Saint was one of those players that didn't quite have the showing on Ascent that I was hoping. And, I don't think that that's really the reason that OTSU lost on Ascent. I would never put a loss on a single player at all. But I do think that it would have been helpful to have him just playing a little bit better, and I hope to see him have a bit better of a performance on that Sova as we head in towards Bind. But the other thing that I want to note is some synergies on the St. Clair side of things. You can see that NJCU with the paint shells and, of course, Caillou using the C's, those are a huge early round advantage to be had if you're able to combo those effectively, and that's not going to be the case, or at least not so easily for OTSU. So keep your eye on that in the early utility.
Yeah, especially in those early rounds where there's not too much armor, you don't have that protection. So if someone is lurking around in one of those corners by U-Haul, say even Hookah, you can get caught out, and it can give your opponents a major advantage. But not exactly the case, since we'll be St. Clair's on the defense the first time around. But you have a very hasty rush. Could be a great way to stop a push.
Well, it certainly could be. You know what else is a great way to stop the push? A Sky Smoke. 2 of them, in fact. One down long and one on Hookah. Or tapping has thought ahead, as he has the best ghost in the game, the Mage Punk. So I think we agree on that, do we not?
It's pretty sweet. I'll have to agree with you. I don't think I have a favorite, really.
All right.
Not yet.
Enough.
You know, I have an ever-expanding taste, but let's see if that taste includes a tasty kill from Scott Flyboy, and it does, as they begin their assault on to B site. NJCU got out by the recon dart, but that doesn't mean they're and outgunned at the moment, as they've got some help for tapping, and NJCU working in conjunction, hoping to make sure that this spike is not planted, and they do, in fact, secure their goal.
I don't understand how Fort Tapping got in that position. How'd he get there?
I don't even know where he was.
Where'd he go? He was on site. Like, he was on site, and then he was in Hookah. He must have hid in the Sky Smoke while the push was coming forward, I guess, and then set up the crosshair. That is outrageous if that's what happened. I mean, great play. As, well, things unfortunately are going to end up here. This time the pause is for something a little bit more normal, and that it is a DC.
Yeah, no, not the classic, or maybe not so classic, round 2 timeout coming from OTSU.
After the loss.
Yeah. Hey, you know, this might be a start of a trend. I think it wouldn't be crazy if there are some serious issues that you can notice from the beginning of a round, maybe just incorrect positioning by your team, incorrect, you know, rotations or anything like that. Understandable, but, you know, it's going to take a very convincing argument to make me want to do that.
Understandable indeed. Yeah, I mean, I think the main takeaway here for me, on that last round, is that some sneaky beavers over there for St. Clair Saints. I just don't know how he did it. Fort Tapping, it's like a Sherlock Holmes mystery. You know what I mean?
Sneaky beavers.
Yes, I understand that they're not beavers, but we're gonna go with that.
Well, I'm just wondering what's the sneaky potential for a beaver? You know, if I'm thinking of a sneaky animal,
You're
in the animal
thinking
kingdom,
way too much about that. Liz.
I'm thinking more of like a rat, a weasel, a muskrat, a ferret,
Okay.
a, s-
A Sly Fox,
sly
according
fox,
to our
yeah.
producer?
a Sly Cooper, even a raccoon. Everyone at home, name your own favorite sneaky animal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Beavers are more honest and stalwart, aren't they?
Yeah, I feel like if there was going to be a beaver in this, it would probably be Sage, like building up a wall, you know, a dam.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Let's continue our discussion after this this series, because we're getting right back into this.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. We'll come back. I know everybody's very interested in our animal discussion, but what's interesting here is that OTSU, they've actually bought. They've gone for the force buy. Stingers for everybody. They're actually making a large push in towards A. Like, there's nobody here to deny this.
Yeah, strong presence. Only one player, and that is not going to be enough. But now that you have all of St. Clair's, hope to make this retake. Scrubby potentially leading the charge from heaven, but you've got that Sky Smoke to ensure no vision is achieved. Asian Man Rice fully blinded from that, but they don't need it, as you've got the rest of the crew with the Stingers holding down each and every angle. Caillou able to land down 1 kill before they fall, but a great counteroffensive from OTSU.
And who did I talk about that needs to be the one to step up for OTSU? I said it was Saint, and Saint pulls away 3 frags there on the Stinger, of all things. Makes it look easy. Was pushing forward with the rest of the team, Nurture making the space and forcing that initial rendezvous out by Scrubby, who had no chance to get back in. And St. Clair, are they going to give this up or are they going to go for a buy of their own? That is the interesting question, because we could get into a little bit of a force buy war here. It looks like the Saints are mostly electing to save. They got a couple of upgraded pistols, but Caillou's seems not to be working as effectively as he goes down to a headshot.
Nurture the first one out, and the first one to fall here on B, as they will eventually get onto site. It's not that costly considering the firepower that they're working with. The Stingers will sting, and they'll sing praises for OTSU potentially walking out of this round on top.
Great work there from OTSU. A couple of missed shots from Scrubby. Could have turned that around pretty quickly if he had hit it, but regardless, ifs, ands, or buts aside, we'll be headed in towards round number 4 with the full purchase at the helm for the Saints. I'm looking over at OTSU, and I paused there because it seems like OTSU are at least playing with the idea of just buying up and playing for the full gun round here. It's not something you see all too often, and I would call this a full buy of sorts. I mean, they got 1 Stinger and a Bulldog, but everything else is fully upgraded, so a bit of a risk here for OTSU, and this fight from Scrubby, he can a recon bolt to the face. A little bit of a brave maneuver, if you ask me.
Especially the swing into the rendezvous, but Caillou potentially standing tall. Won't be the case. Good for 1, but that is it. It is an onslaught from OTSU, but that doesn't mean it is without casualty.
Great work from OTSU, sort of playing that buddy system. They stuck together. They were able to essentially bait one player out and then play for the other. The retake potential comes in here. There's an orbital strike on the cards for OTSU should they need it. 2 players versus 3.
We're tapping. Checking any wall bangable surface, hoping to get a shot, potentially increase their chances of success, but those are slim indeed. Jello looking at all the angles, realizing there's 2 over by lamps, but it won't be enough. Not enough time. Too many angles to clear. But I mean, hey, a few exits aren't too bad for 4 tapping.
Oh, you know, you take those. Couple of free kills, pad the old stats, get a couple of extra points towards that ultimate. I don't hate it. I like it. OTSU, though, that risk pays off big time as they're able to convert the bonus into a success. And that's sort of, you know, the back and forth, the questions that you have to ask yourself, Los, in those sorts of rounds. Is it worthwhile the risk of us buying in and potentially being broke in the next round versus just trying to save and losing the round, but having a full buy in the next? All good questions, not any correct answers.
Going up, Nurture. Oh my god. But actually, 4 tapping, able to deflect the surprise attack and survive. But how much longer will they be able to keep this dance up? A timing, unfortunate, ruined by pulling out the sky smokes. Jello, Scrubby have no chance winning this one here.
I want to draw your attention to something small that you may not have noticed. We'll come back to that. Hold on. Scrubby trying desperately for some exits with the Tour de Force, but that's not going to happen. Anyway, drawing your attention to something you might not have noticed there, the teamwork and the communication from OTSU was so good in that moment. It was Saint who was just shooting bullets desperately through that wall at 4-tapping in showers. That was all to pull 4-tapping's attention towards Saint, whilst I don't know who it was who was coming through that smoke on the other side, towards the shower side of things. It was all in order to create that crossfire and have the potential to get that trade frag. Just great communication, and that's just a small thing that I noticed OTSU was able to take advantage of here.
Certainly a cut above from what we saw previously by OTSU, not giving up any rounds. save for the first. Looking forward, great information gained. Saint now pulling out that Hunter's Fury, and maybe it'll land onto one, actually. Still able to pepper in a shot onto Scrubby. In this next engagement, they will be at a severe disadvantage, but you've got so many players still stacking up, but Nurture jumping into the back line has a massive impact.
Yeah, but Scrubby, meanwhile, over in Elbow, has somehow walked his way through that sky smoke and found a ridiculous triple kill. Nobody's looking his direction, and he gets away, falling back. But now, MJCU, nice job. Great heads-up play. Oh, my goodness, that shot is crazy. Asian Man Rice had no chance whatsoever. It's Nurture versus 2.
Getting behind that triple box. They wanted to bait out the duel, and unfortunately for them, MJCU came out on top. You don't want to take on, head-on, the kill leader from the previous map and the first blood duelist from that previous map. Nurture learning a hard lesson, but it was a very hard round to deal with in the beginning, as we have St. Clair able to create a lost sandwich, able to cap things off as they now have their second.
A lost sandwich. That doesn't sound very appealing or filling, but we'll see if St. Clair feels differently, as they have been chomping down here. 3 ultimates at their disposal. They've taken control of the outskirts of both sides of the map. Look at Showers. They've taken that here. Caillou, the one to do that. On the other side, you've got the Chamber aggressed towards B, so lots of info for the Saints as they try and continue to hold these areas with the sky smokes.
Judge impact incoming, or so it was thought. Fortunately, able to land a kill, but the showstopper from MJCU does have an impact, and no longer will a bait from either side of the Showers find success. You've got a buddy system here in B or A site.
Oh my goodness, what a swing there from Caillou. It felt like Asian Man Rice should have probably had the advantage there, but now the Saints are up by 2 players. This is Cop Flyboy. He's recovered. I was about to say, he's recovered the Judge, put down the Vandal. I am such a big fan of Scott Flyboy for that.
Wild for that maneuver. Oh, a beautiful guiding light, but at this moment, it's unnecessary for St. Clair's to peek, but they have to. Coming out with the double swing, and the double swing is perfect. Deny the plant, deny the extra money for OTSU.
It's one of those situations where OTSU do the right things, but unfortunately, St. Clair just are a little better. They just take those timings, that showstopper is perfectly placed and allows MJCU to find not only a kill, thin the herd a little bit further, but also get away with their life. Lots of big moments there. St. Clair doing what they can. And I've loved their early aggression. I was talking about that in the last round. We talked about defensive aggression on Ascent. That's true here on Vine.
Oh my God.
How?
MJCU.
Well, he had a haunt. That was through smoke, Los.
Beautiful display. However, one with equal force. But now you have a chance. It's Scrubby in market. Take it down one, and that's the spike fallen. But they won't get greedy. They'll back on up to create a bit of mystery. Unsure of where this chamber will be lying, but that cabbage is gonna tell the tale.
Yeah, they know now. It's always the vegetables. We give up the goat.
That's why I don't eat them.
I was waiting. Oh, nicely done for tapping to deny the plant. I mean, casual commitment there of the orbital strike, but I think well worth it to tie up this game 4-4. OTSU, they've already decided to pull out the tour de force. Look at that. It's already done. An interesting moment here. Again, on the bye, OTSU deciding to take a bit of a aggressive maneuver by going for this purchase.
Yeah, you have to. You have to make that commitment because they're starting to lose their edge. These last couple of rounds for OTSU haven't been in their favor. They need to do something different. Maybe something rash. A decision that will find success, but honestly, I'm not sure what's happening in these upcoming moments. Scotty Flyboy getting quite aggressive, but no one there to meet them inside of U-Haul, especially when they have a Marshall in hand. You got to be very careful. A perfectly placed molly, a followed-up guiding light to work in a great match. But what is the maneuver?
There's nothing to take advantage of that. The Nightfall is going to give the information. The decay as well is so annoying when you're dealing with paint shells to remain. The Tour de Force still alive, but now that's the only thing alive. It's forward tapping just swings with an ego the size of California as he just swings out, takes the gunfight. He doesn't care about your op, doesn't care about your Tour de Force. Headshots, baby, that's what he does.
Oh my god, that is just a pure flex. That is a pure flex, and you gotta type in all chat nice up the following round just to make that insult to injury. But a beautiful streak that we're seeing here from St. Clair's, an exact opposite from OTSU, a 4-on-4. But that was a bit of a commitment. OTSU now, they do have some money to work with. And that is an op that will have some serious advantage and serious impact going forward.
Certainly feels like it. Certainly seems like it. Here's the showstopper with nothing to find on the site. But as I say that, okay, no, Caillou's playing this smart. Caillou's like, let me just back all the way up here and get away from that showstopper. It's a 5 versus 4 with the Saints having the advantage on this retake.
Yeah, it will take some time. They have to wait for those sky smokes to dissipate. Forward tapping has some of their own. And Stim to win. Let's see how this one plays out. They know that there will be Scotty Flyboy up in hookah, but this is a massacre. But somehow it's turned into a one-on-one. The blast pack to get the height advantage only put MZWU in Flowery's crosshairs.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I need to see that in like 0.025 speed in order to like figure out what exactly went down. All I know is that Flowery somehow picked up 3 kills, and I saw a couple of frags come from Scott Flyboy in hookah through smoke, and then he got killed through smoke as well. I don't know. Just a bunch of craziness going down is all that I can say. OTSU though, they've been able to stop the bleeding. It was a 4-round run from the Saints. On Stimbeacon to get away? I like that idea, but he's sticking around. 4-tapping. He's 2-tapping for the heady.
Oh my lord. 4-tapping. Not care. They will forsake their body, but it doesn't turn out negative for them. They're able to hold it down, but this is a back and forth. Another 1v1 created.
Oh, but 8 HP, Los. Oh, that was close. Saint nearly sent himself to an early demise. A grave fit for a king here on B, but no. Hunter's Fury is up. The recon bolt will be found by the time the plant goes forward. But this is the longest rotate I've seen in a while. Scrubby committing to walk this entire way, and he has plenty of time to do it.
This is a tough final hold for Saint. So many angles to check. Oh, but they've been revealed, and it only takes 1 bullet. They have to be so careful. It has to be a shot. And they're expecting it. No! Scrubby with a quick flick to the left as they land the final blow and earn a 6th. We may be looking at another 6-6 half here, Vincent.
Yeah, but remember how that ended for OTSU before? That was unfortunately devastating for them in the second half. Potential for that to continue here. St. Clair's map pick. Their offense has been where they have made the most success. But we got one more round here for the St. Clair defense. And OTSU looking to tie it back up and push that 6-6 once again. Does feel, though, that this purchase, you could call this the pots and pans. Quasi-buy of all quasi-buys. They got one of everything.
Oh, the showstopper! It threads the needle!
It went through their legs!
On to Nurture, maybe. Wow. A great escape from that orbital strike. Flowery. I realize.
What? What did he just do? Throw the stim beacon at him? Have this. Go fast.
Go fast, going nowhere. And in these moments, it's 2-on-3, looking for a sandwich. Dapping able to drop one, but it's still a disadvantage. Will they expect the play coming from long, though? That'll be interesting to see what angles they're holding.
The other thing that's interesting is the Haunt is prepared. Trailblazer being waited out there by Caillou. Nicely done. When do you pull this Haunt out? There's no right way to do it. Maybe it's just no nade zone. Who knows?
Oh, no angles. Oh, a great shot. But they're expecting another CT.
It's not going to work out. Scott Flyboy with a big clutch, a big moment to tie this game 6-6. And Los, I want to go back to that for a second because some may have missed that 4-tapping through a stim beacon at an enemy. It was like, there's an enemy in the teleporter. Be stemmed. I don't know if it's a fat finger, but I can't get over that. That's hilarious to me.
You know, that is throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Whether it works or not. Hurl insults, hurl a stim beacon, whatever you can. I guess maybe it's a little bit of psychological warfare, right?
True. Hiya!
Just like, oh, he made a mistake. Now I should run out, or I guess they forgot the patch. It doesn't help opponents. I don't
Not
know.
anymore. Look at this aggression. But ready for okay. Well, ready is a sort of relative term there. It's ready to take the shot, miss the shot, and it's right back for OTSU. This timing is going to split off these players.
Tapping. Now they're ready, at least for one. Ready to die. Great few shots from MJCU. They don't want to expose themselves. And actually, it lands perfectly. Dealing a great dose of damage onto Flowery in the last moment. It only takes one more to the head to save this, both of them with ghosts. One tap for one life for one round. And MJCU will make it the third kill to kick off the second half.
I mean, once again, MJCU with such a massive clutch, just pulling the Saints back from the brink of devastation there on the pistol round. OTSU, they had it all figured out. Ultra aggressive, out through the showers. They dispatched with Scrubby, who was surprised to see that many players, and essentially the attacker spawn about 10 seconds into the round, and it all goes downhill from there as MJCU steps up with the ghost for a clutch triple kill. Here we go. MJCU moving forward with this stinger. I didn't notice if OTSU have gone for the force here. I don't think they have. Just a little bit of a shorty prepared for Scott Flyboy.
Nice help from MJCU. Almost a chance with the classic to make something happen, remove a gun. That won't be the case. Got two players on the opposite side. Around corner waiting for someone to get aggressive, but no one will bite. No one will give the advantage. And this is just a slow execution of these final players. Not enough. Rochelle wasn't good enough to take down their opponent. And the expected result of the force is in favor of St. Clair.
OTSU, listen, they played that correctly. They made sure that they saved, and you know, some questionable economic decisions from them before and prior to this has not stopped them from making a great play for the economy here. They've got all of the money to buy in. They are looking good on that purchase, and it's up against a 4 SMG buy. So St. Clair potentially looking to lose this round, but imagine if they're able to convert. The Saints will be in a perfect position to basically repeat what they did over on Ascent.
Now this is going to be a true threat. Angels
Okay.
do make their mark onto Flowery, enough to remove them from that zone. with the Sky Smokes on triple truck. This could be a good advantage. A great kill from Scrubby, and now they've got a rifle. Flowery recognized through the smoke, and the showstopper ends their life. The plant secured, and the last two players rotating from CT.
Run.
Have a great chance.
Peace. Run for the hills. That's what I want to see. It looks like they're not going to be doing that. The orbital strike, that's the problem. The issue is that can deny this defuse. Regardless, is Jello going to dissuade the others and forward tapping for the final kill. I don't love that decision. I really wanted OTSU to save those two rifles, Los. I think that would have been the right call to be made, considering the 2v4 and the orbital strike. A little bit of awareness about the final orbital strike available is something to be noted.
Now looking at this upcoming round, Nurture, questionable buy here. Could be looking to just feed themselves orbs, cycle in to try and bring the showstopper into the next, maybe the following round even. But I'm not sure what the money move is. They're getting so aggressive. Nurture isn't expecting this around the corner. This could be some serious problems.
Jello is prepared. Jello has never been unprepared by the looks of it. He's got Flyboy looking to go forward again. Asian Man Rice, the other prong to this attack. And, well, okay. To be fair, OTSU have literally pushed all the things, so the only place they have it aggressed is through showers, and that's where the push is continuing. But Jello farming up some frags. 3 of them, in fact. Los, I mean, this is just another one of those rounds.
Well, is this one of those rounds where take a rifle and save it? Because
I like that. But you've already committed the orbital strike there if you're Flowery, and I just don't know why.
Seems that they're kicking and screaming, looking for anything to give themselves an advantage, but not to be found. I mean, Flowery, you know, respectable shots coming from them, but it won't be enough. Losing out on that utility, that advantage, it didn't seem to be necessary.
Yeah, I like this timeout. Good timing from Forbidden on the OTSU coaching side, but you know, Los, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, what can OTSU do? Because they actually have been doing a great job at taking aggressive maneuvers everywhere on the map, but they're getting punished for it, and or they're not doing it on gun rounds, and so it kind of leads me to believe that there's maybe a problem here where St. Clair are starting to expect that, and they're just holding back and waiting for the aggression, and then they're working to play against that.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it's not on gun rounds, that becomes a much easier problem to deal with, where if you wait back, you have to push into them for this aggressive play from OTSU to work. You need to walk into their SMGs. You need to walk into their close-range pistols. So if that is read, you realize, okay, they don't have a lot of money. Wait. That's the entire OTSU save round playbook.
Well, and you know, adding on to that, it's definitely a situation where St. Clair have definitely taken notice of that, right? And you know, this term doesn't usually apply to a game like Valorant, but they're sort of playing like a bit of a death ball. They're just creeping up, playing together, and just making sure their guns are out.
Revealing area.
Slow start so far. Asian Man Rice, the first to take an engagement. Even though they got aggressive on this gun round, there is no success. 3 gone and forgotten. But at least there are signs of life and signs of death dealing from OTSU. 1 kill in showers, but that's it.
OTSU looking to deny the plant. Oh no, just barely off the mark is Nurture. Saint will at least find one. He's been a real brilliant player for them this game, but unfortunately, his step up has been a step down in some of the others' performances, and Scrubby is prepared. A team ace coming through for the Saints as St. Clair push them to 11.
Yeah, a perfect read. And an unfortunate scenario for Nurture, unable to finish off that kill. Reducing that spike plant might have given some more time for the rest of their team. And in a moment like that, they need more time. They need to have that ability to recoup. Because as it stands, it's looking to be a repeat of Ascent. Not a single win on the defensive half for OTSU.
I wasn't going to mention it just yet, but yeah, it certainly is looking to be a mirror image of our Ascent matchup. Of course, that can change here and now, Los. You know, we hold back the judgments for the end of the game, and we'll see. With 3 ultimates in hand and the Saints walking in towards B, it seems to me that they've got the read.
Scrubby, waiting for Asian Man Rice or anyone from OTSU to make that initial look down long, but it won't be given. A lot more patience, restraint being demonstrated by OTSU. Once we have this utility activated, I'm wondering how long it'll be until a call is made. No, instantaneously the rotation is enacted.
Face your fear!
Rendezvous to get out of that Nightfall. The Hunter's Fury on the other side to hold back the onslaught, but that's not going to be enough. The Seekers as well to confirm that nobody's home here. The Seekers go back the other way, and a bit of a team kill, because that's a bit weird. The forward tapping, throwing out the orbital strike to thin the herd as OTSU left the Saint alone. A plethora of ultimates thrown in, and they've all worked in the favor of the Saints somehow.
Saint. One shot maybe is all they could take, and it is on to Caillou. But the crossfire was just too great. The positioning too dug in. And now we've landed onto map and series point. St. Clair's University, they've got the advantage in weapons. They've got the advantage if they decide to have some ultimates cycled in. Sure, they've got a showstopper for OTSU. But other than that, they've got plenty of rounds to play with, even if this isn't the one.
Yeah, that's the real kicker here. Is there's 6 match points, 6 series points. St. Clair have just find one. All they need, showstopper. Here we go. Should confirm a kill, but it's instant traded. Great spacing there from the Saints. That's something they've been doing very well. I mentioned sort of that death ball, and you know it's definitely part of it. Their spacing, but they've just consistently been able to find the trades in these situations. And you know, last round's a good example. Sure, a bit of a cacophony of errors for OTSU helped them out, but the Saints were always prepared to take one frag and make it into another.
It's the building of tension, the building of kills, and the building of an attack up toward B long. Got Asian Man Rice. There is support, but mostly they're looking for a kill and an escape. That rendezvous finds success. No, it's only good enough for the escape, and it leaves Saint alone, unable to provide and protect themselves. And now a guaranteed site and spike plant on B.
Spike planted.
4v3 as well. The Saints potentially winning it here and now. The showstopper trying to be denied by Scott Flyboy, but it's not gonna work him. Woo. Man who struggled, Asian Man Rice, all game long. Is left alone, 1-on-4, snuck his way in, a bulldog in hand. But it's not going to be. 13-6 in back-to-back maps for the St. Clair Saints varsity team. They dispatch Ontario Tech.
Not quite a nail-biting finish, as we saw back on Ascent with an amazing clutch from 4Tapping, but 4Tapping has been a force on Bind, definitely stepping up and topping the charts. And it gives reason, it stands to reason that St. Clair Saints will be at the top of the leaderboards here in their division, and they'll maintain that new record, 3-1, finishing off this series 2-0. OTSU definitely had their moments, but they have greatly struggled when it comes to their defensive halves, unable to piece together any rounds, and the story is the same. OTSU, not undefeated, undefeating on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit unfortunate to see that. I mean, to not win any rounds on your defensive half on 2 back-to-back maps is clearly a bit of an opening in their game. And on a map like Ascent, that is one of, if not their best map, they played it in the series that we saw in another collegiate league, and well, we saw it as their pick here tonight, and they still weren't able to make any heads or tails of the defensive side. That's a problem. All that being said, Los, I gotta give props where it's due, because fourth tapping, you just mentioned, I mean, outrageously good plays over the course of this series, but it's NJCU who is the consistent factor.
No, without a doubt, you have to give it up for NJCU, as they've demonstrated strength back on Ascent. Here on Bind, still one of the top 2, only 2 kills away, respectively. Forward Sapping and NJCU 23 and 21. They were neck and neck. So NJCU constantly topping the charts. Gotta be the MVP of this series. Rightfully so. The entire team put in the work, but this player individually stood out among the rest.
Absolutely did. But with that being said, Los, unfortunately, it's just about that time for us to have to say goodbye, because, well, we've been done with our matches tonight. We had a whole lot of fun. I think we still got a match going on over on the A stream, so make sure to tune in over there. But on our behalf, Los, it's been a pleasure once again casting with you as always. Make sure you come back for more action on the esports side in ECC. We got stuff going on all week long, and Valorant here on Mondays. We'll see you next time at the NECC.